China has just released an assessment that sounds surprisingly reassuring, but only at first. According to a new report published by the South China Sea Strategic Situation Probing Initiative, a Chinese research organization that studies regional military developments, many of the U.S. accessible military sites in the Philippines are still not ready to support a major conflict. The report argues that while construction continues under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or EDCA, much of the infrastructure remains incomplete and offers only limited wartime utility. As of May 2026, it says the United States has awarded roughly $125 million in contracts to expand these facilities, but turning construction projects into combat-ready military hubs takes far more than pouring concrete. But that is only half of China's assessment. The very same report acknowledges that the United States has significantly strengthened its military position in the Philippines. Since 2023, Washington has expanded access from 5 EDCA sites to 9, increased rotational deployments, introduced more advanced weapons into joint exercises, and deepened military cooperation not only with Manila, but increasingly with Japan and Australia. In other words, Beijing argues that the bases may not be fully ready for war, but the alliance surrounding them is becoming much more capable. At first glance, those two conclusions seem to contradict each other. But they don't. In fact, understanding why China believes both statements can be true at the same time reveals how military competition in the Indo-Pacific is changing, and why the Philippines has become one of its most important front lines. Before deciding whether China's assessment is convincing, it's worth looking at what the report actually documents. Open the report, and one thing becomes immediately clear. It does not argue that American military expansion has slowed down. In fact, it argues exactly the opposite. According to the report, Washington has steadily expanded its military footprint in the Philippines since 2022. Access under EDCA has grown from 5 agreed locations to 9. While new infrastructure projects continue to support joint operations, military exercises, logistics, and rotational deployments. The report even puts a price tag on that expansion. Using what it describes as incomplete statistics, it estimates that by May 2026, the United States had awarded roughly $125 million in contracts for EDCA infrastructure projects, along with another $7.3 million for life support services across American accessible facilities. From Beijing's perspective, those numbers point to a military buildup that is still gaining momentum, not slowing down. But construction is only part of what caught the attention of Chinese analysts. The report argues that American military activity has also become more sophisticated. It highlights larger live-fire exercises, greater use of autonomous weapons and unmanned platforms, and increasing interoperability between allied forces. More importantly, it describes the emergence of a broader military network linking the United States, the Philippines, Japan, and Australia, one designed to operate together during future contingencies rather than simply train together during peacetime. Then, the report shifts from construction to geography. According to its authors, recent deployments reveal a strategic orientation in 2 directions at once, north toward the Taiwan Strait and south toward the South China Sea. In their view, this posture improves the ability of U.S. and allied forces to respond across both theaters, tying infrastructure, military cooperation, and geography into a single strategic framework. Yet after documenting all of these developments, the report arrives at a conclusion that appears almost contradictory. Construction continues, funding continues, military cooperation is expanding, and yet many of these facilities are still described as having limited wartime utility. That raises an obvious question. If the bases are growing, the alliance is growing, and military activity is growing, why does China still believe they aren't ready for war? At first glance, China's conclusion seems difficult to understand. If the United States is investing millions of dollars, expanding military access, and conducting larger joint exercises, why would Chinese analysts still describe these facilities as having limited wartime value? The answer lies in the difference between building infrastructure and building military capability. A military base is not defined by its runways or its buildings alone. An airfield can have a newly paved runway, modern hangars, and freshly constructed barracks, but none of those guarantee that it can sustain combat operations. To function during a war, a base requires an entire support system operating behind the scenes. Fuel must arrive continuously. Ammunition has to be stored safely and replenished under pressure. Aircraft and vehicles require constant maintenance. Communications networks must remain secure and resilient. Engineers have to repair damaged infrastructure. Air defenses must protect the base from attack. Transportation networks must keep supplies moving, and medical facilities must be prepared to treat casualties. Remove those elements, and even the most impressive military installation becomes little more than a collection of concrete and steel. It may support training and peacetime activities, but sustaining combat is an entirely different challenge. This distinction is not unique to China's assessment. The U.S. Department of Defense defines logistics as the planning and execution of the movement and sustainment of forces, emphasizing that military operations depend not only on deploying troops and equipment, but on continuously supplying, maintaining, protecting, and supporting them throughout a campaign. In military planning, combat power is measured not only by what a force can deploy on the first day of a conflict, but by what it can sustain on the 10th, the 30th, or even the 100th day. History reinforces that lesson. During Operation Desert Shield in 1990, the United States did not launch offensive operations immediately after Iraq invaded Kuwait. Instead, it spent months moving hundreds of thousands of troops, massive quantities of equipment, fuel, ammunition, and supplies into Saudi Arabia before combat began. That enormous logistical effort created the conditions for the coalition's rapid success during Operation Desert Storm. The lesson was straightforward. Military strength depends not only on weapons, but on the ability to sustain them. This is precisely the distinction the Chinese report is making. It does not argue that construction has stopped or that the United States lacks access to Philippine bases. Instead, it argues that infrastructure alone does not equal operational readiness. In Beijing's assessment, many of these facilities are still evolving from construction projects into wartime logistics hubs, a transition that requires far more than new buildings or expanded access. Up to this point, the Chinese report sounds like a familiar critique of American military expansion. It questions the wartime readiness of EDCA sites, argues that many facilities remain underdeveloped, and suggests that the United States still has significant logistical work to do. But then the report makes an observation that is far more revealing than its criticism. While questioning the readiness of individual bases, the authors also acknowledge that the United States has been steadily transforming the way it operates with its allies. According to the report, American forces are conducting larger and more realistic live-fire exercises than before, expanding rotational deployments, introducing autonomous weapons and unmanned platforms into joint training, and improving interoperability between allied militaries. Just as importantly, it argues that Washington is building what it describes as a multilateral combat system centered on the United States, the Philippines, Japan, and Australia. A network designed not simply to cooperate in peacetime, but to operate together during a crisis. The report goes even further. It argues that the U.S. military presence in the Philippines has evolved beyond the traditional model of alliance cooperation into what it describes as a fully functional, rapidly responsive, and tightly coordinated military system integrated with regional partners. Through frequent rotational deployments, recurring exercises, and the repeated presence of systems such as HIMARS, the Typhoon Weapon System, and the Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, or MESIS, Chinese analysts conclude that Washington has effectively established what they describe as a quasi-permanent military presence, even without constructing traditional permanent bases. This is the report's most important insight. Beijing is not simply measuring the number of runways, warehouses, or military buildings. It is measuring something much harder to build and much harder to reverse. It is measuring the ability of allied militaries to train together, communicate together, share intelligence, move forces across national boundaries, and respond as a coordinated force when a crisis emerges. In other words, the report suggests that America's greatest strategic achievement in the Philippines has not been the construction of military infrastructure. It has been the construction of an alliance that is becoming progressively more integrated, more interoperable, and more capable of operating as a single military network. And once viewed through that lens, the apparent contradiction at the heart of China's assessment begins to disappear. The bases themselves may still be under construction, but the alliance built around them is already becoming operational. At this point, it's easy to imagine EDCA as a map with 9 American military bases scattered across the Philippines. But that isn't how either Washington or Manila describes the agreement. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement was never designed to recreate the massive permanent U.S. bases that once existed at Subic Bay or Clark Air Base during the Cold War. Instead, it creates something far more flexible. Under EDCA, the United States receives access to agreed Philippine military locations for rotational deployments, joint training, pre-positioning equipment, constructing shared military infrastructure, and improving the ability of both armed forces to operate together. The facilities remain Philippine bases, while American forces rotate through them rather than maintaining a permanent presence. That distinction matters because flexibility has become one of the defining principles of modern military planning. Rather than concentrating personnel and equipment at a handful of large installations, today's approach spreads logistics, infrastructure, and operational access across multiple locations. Fuel storage, ammunition depots, aircraft shelters, communication systems, maintenance facilities, and transportation networks can be expanded where needed, while troops move in and out through regular exercises and rotational deployments instead of permanent stationing. Reuters reported in April 2026 that several EDCA sites are still affected by land and construction delays, limiting their current use. Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro acknowledged that project execution has been slower than expected, reinforcing the point that these locations are still developing rather than functioning as fully mature military hubs. At the same time, the purpose of EDCA has remained remarkably consistent. U.S. officials describe it as strengthening alliance readiness, improving interoperability, supporting joint training, pre-positioning equipment, and enhancing the ability to respond not only to security challenges, but also to humanitarian disasters and natural emergencies. Philippine leaders have likewise emphasized that EDCA does not authorize permanent American bases on Philippine soil. And this brings us back to China's assessment. Beijing is looking beyond the legal language of EDCA and asking a different question. It is not asking whether the United States owns these bases. It is asking whether the United States can reliably access them, reinforce them, supply them, and integrate them into a wider regional military network during a crisis. From that perspective, EDCA is less about 9 individual locations and more about creating a flexible architecture that can rapidly expand whenever the strategic environment demands it. Until now, we've talked about infrastructure, logistics, and military cooperation. But none of those explain where these developments are taking place. And in the Indo-Pacific, geography often determines strategy long before military planners do. This is why one sentence in the Chinese report deserves special attention. The authors argue that recent American deployments in the Philippines show a strategic shift northward toward the Taiwan Strait and southward toward the South China Sea. That observation reveals that Beijing is looking beyond individual bases and focusing instead on the geography that connects them. Look at a map of the region. Northern Luzon, together with the Babuyan Islands and Batanes, sits only a short distance from Taiwan. To the west lies the South China Sea, one of the world's busiest maritime corridors. Stretching beyond these waters is the first island chain, a natural arc running from Japan through Taiwan and the Philippines before extending towards Southeast Asia. Any military force operating in this region must contend with that geography. It cannot simply ignore it. For Beijing, this geography presents a strategic challenge. Chinese naval forces seeking to move from the mainland into the wider Pacific must pass through a series of narrow maritime passages that cut across or around the first island chain. Those same waters are also vital for commercial shipping, military reinforcement, and access between the Pacific Ocean and the South China Sea. That is why locations in northern Philippines have attracted increasing strategic attention in recent years. From Washington's perspective, improving access to Philippine facilities enhances the ability to reinforce allies, conduct surveillance, move personnel and equipment, and respond more rapidly across multiple contingencies. From Beijing's perspective, however, the same developments could strengthen a network positioned along one of China's most sensitive maritime approaches. That difference in perspective helps explain why the Chinese report places such emphasis on the alliance's northward orientation toward the Taiwan Strait and southward orientation toward the South China Sea. In other words, the strategic importance of these sites is not determined by the size of their runways or the height of their buildings. It is determined by where they are located. Geography gives them value long before construction is complete, and that is why Beijing continues to watch every new development so closely. This raises one final question. Why publish a report like this now? The authors explain what they believe the United States is doing, but they do not explicitly explain why they chose this particular moment to present their assessment. That means any answer requires careful analysis rather than certainty. Still, the timing offers several plausible explanations. The first may be domestic. Reports like this help demonstrate that Chinese researchers are closely monitoring changes in the regional security environment. By documenting American infrastructure projects, military exercises, and alliance activities, the report reinforces the message that Beijing understands how the strategic landscape around China is evolving. Rather than presenting the United States as an unstoppable military force, it also projects confidence by arguing that many EDCA facilities remain short of full wartime readiness. Finally, the report speaks to a wider regional audience. Across the Indo-Pacific, governments are closely following the evolution of the U.S.-Philippines alliance. By acknowledging growing military integration while simultaneously emphasizing logistical limitations, the report separates long-term strategic trends from short-term operational realities. In effect, it argues that today's construction delays should not be confused with tomorrow's strategic trajectory. Of course, none of these interpretations can be stated with certainty. The report itself does not assign these motivations, and governments rarely explain every objective behind public strategic assessments. But taken together, they suggest that this document is doing more than describing military infrastructure. It is also shaping the broader strategic conversation about the future of the Indo-Pacific. So where does this strategic competition go from here? One possibility is that EDCA construction accelerates. As additional infrastructure is completed, logistics networks expand, fuel and ammunition storage increases, and more facilities become capable of supporting sustained military operations. If that happens, the gap between infrastructure and combat readiness that China identifies today could gradually begin to narrow. A second possibility is that the alliance evolves even faster than the infrastructure. More joint exercises, deeper intelligence sharing, integrated missile defense, and closer operational planning could strengthen military coordination long before every construction project is finished. As this report itself suggests, an alliance does not have to wait for every building to be completed before becoming more effective. A third possibility is that China increases pressure before these facilities fully mature. That pressure may not take the form of open conflict. It could instead involve larger military exercises, more frequent gray zone operations, increased maritime coercion, and stronger strategic signaling designed to test the alliance while it is still developing. Which of these scenarios unfolds will depend on decisions made not only in Washington and Manila, but also in Beijing. None of them is inevitable, and elements of all three could emerge at the same time. What this Chinese report ultimately reveals is more nuanced than its headline suggests. It does not dismiss the growing U.S.-Philippines alliance, nor does it claim that the military balance has already shifted decisively. Instead, it draws a distinction between infrastructure and integration. Infrastructure can be delayed by budgets, engineering challenges, or political decisions. But military integration, the trust built through years of training, planning, and operating together, is far more difficult to reverse. Beijing appears to believe that the first remains unfinished, while the second is advancing steadily. And if that assessment is correct, then the most important transformation in the Philippines is not the construction of new facilities, it is the construction of a military network that is gradually reshaping the strategic landscape of the first island chain.
There is a dramatic shift in the Ukraine war. Europe is preparing to send troops to Ukraine. It claims it is a part of a U.S. proposal for a peace agreement.
In the summer of 1914, Europe did not slide into war because its leaders sought one. It drifted there through routines that appeared manageable, mobilizations described as defensive, alliances justified as precautionary, and incidents absorbed repeatedly until they no longer could be. By the time the crisis was recognized for what it was, momentum had already taken over.
Let's move to Ukraine, because the Kremlin says Vladimir Putin has agreed to halt attacks on Kyiv until Sunday.
By 2026, the South China Sea carries an uncomfortably similar dynamic. What defines the region by 2026 is not a single decisive confrontation, but the steady accumulation of pressure, violent maritime encounters that no longer shock, quiet shifts in control that harden with time, and an expanding web of alliances that increasingly ties local disputes to global rivalries. Collisions, boardings, blockades, administrative claims, and missile deployments have become part of the baseline, rather than exceptions demanding restraint. Let us examine 5 interlocking developments shaping the South China Sea, each grounded in incidents from 2024 and 2025, and each reinforcing the others. Taken together, they explain why the region has grown more volatile even in the absence of open war, and why managing the next crisis is likely to be harder than managing the last. If history offers a warning, it is a simple one. Conflicts rarely begin when red lines are crossed. They begin when red lines fade, quietly and incrementally, until no one is quite sure where they ever were. That process is already underway, beginning with the steady lowering of the threshold for armed conflict. The South China Sea is becoming more dangerous, not because any state wants a war, but because the quiet understandings that once kept violence contained are beginning to fade. What we are watching is not escalation by design, but erosion by habit. As governments redefine what might constitute an act of war while allowing increasingly rough encounters to continue at sea, the region is drifting into a space where a single death could suddenly trigger something far larger. For years, escalation control rested on an unspoken bargain. States absorbed losses, softened their language, and worked carefully to keep incidents below the point where retaliation became unavoidable. Ambiguity did much of the work. It still does, but far less effectively than before. The buffer remains, but it is thinner, and it is under strain. The most important shift came not from Beijing, but from Manila. In 2024, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. publicly stated that the deliberate killing of a Filipino in disputed waters would be close to an act of war.
If there was an incident that ended up killing a Filipino serviceman, Coast Guard, or in the military and part of the Navy. That would certainly increase the level response. And if by a willful act of Filipino, not only servicemen, but even a Filipino citizen, if a Filipino citizen is killed by a willful act, that is, I think, very, very close to what we define as an act of war, and therefore we will respond accordingly.
The intent was deterrence. The consequence was more complex. By defining a trigger so explicitly, Manila narrowed its own room for maneuver and transferred strategic pressure downward onto commanders operating at sea who now know that a single fatality could force political escalation. That risk became real almost immediately. On June 17, 2024, what should have been a routine Philippine resupply mission to Second Thomas Shoal escalated into the most violent confrontation yet between Philippine and Chinese forces. At least 8 Filipino personnel were injured, one losing a thumb. Philippine officials reported that Chinese personnel boarded government vessels, seized weapons and equipment, and used bladed tools to disable inflatable boats. Most significantly, this marked the first known instance of Chinese forces boarding a Philippine state vessel at this contested feature. This was not another episode of water cannons or close maneuvering. A line was crossed. Physical contact led to serious injury, and the encounter demonstrated how quickly routine pressure tactics can tip into something far more dangerous. Second Thomas Shoal has always been uniquely sensitive because it is Manila's most exposed red line. The Philippines maintains its claim through the grounded BRP Sierra Madre, a rusting World War II-era ship intentionally beached in 1999. A small detachment of Marines lives aboard, entirely dependent on periodic resupply missions. Those missions are predictable, visible, and easy to intercept. Since 2023, Chinese forces have steadily raised the pressure, moving from blocking and water cannons to ramming, swarming, and now boarding actions. The June 2024 incident showed how quickly incremental escalation can collapse into high-stakes violence, even without a shot being fired. What makes this moment particularly dangerous is how sharply it diverges from earlier crisis management practices. During the deadly 2020 clash between China and India in the Galwan Valley, both sides worked deliberately to contain escalation. Firearms were avoided, official statements were restrained, and casualty figures were released slowly. By contrast, Manila has emphasized transparency, public attribution, and alliance signaling. That approach builds legitimacy and international support, but it also leaves far less space to quietly diffuse a crisis once emotions harden. The effects are already visible at sea. Commanders now operate under compressed decision timelines, aware that restraint may carry political costs after red lines have been declared. Rules of engagement harden as even non-lethal encounters take on strategic meaning. Political leaders, meanwhile, find it harder to step back without appearing to retreat, because public commitments have boxed them in. In practice, deterrence messaging has slipped from the strategic level down to the tactical front line, precisely where miscalculation is most likely. There are still ways to slow this drift. Public language can be recalibrated, keeping deterrence firm while restoring enough ambiguity to absorb shocks. Clear incident prevention mechanisms, limits on boarding, minimum distances, use of force standards can reduce the chance that encounters turn violent. Permanent crisis back channels between militaries and coast guards can help drain heat from fast-moving situations before they erupt in public. What is striking about the South China Sea today is not a single dramatic crisis, but how easily danger has become routine. Actions that once would have triggered urgent calls between capitals, ramming, water cannons, aggressive shadowing, even extended blockades, are now treated as part of everyday operations. Risk is no longer an exception to be managed. It has become part of the system itself. This shift is driven less by deliberate escalation than by sheer congestion. The South China Sea is now one of the most crowded and militarized maritime spaces in the world. Around 70 occupied features and more than 90 military or Coast Guard outposts are scattered across the region. Each one generates patrols, resupply runs, and enforcement missions. Add maritime militia fleets, national navies, coast guards, and a growing presence of allied vessels. And the sea begins to resemble a permanent traffic jam, except every ship is armed, alert, and operating under a different set of assumptions. The result has been a steady stream of close calls. Footage and official reports from 2024 and 2025 show repeated water cannon incidents, deliberate ramming, and maneuvers carried out at distances where error is almost inevitable.
You are way beyond 200 nautical miles EEZ of your country. Please review your chart.
This is no longer a theoretical risk. In August 2025, a Chinese Coast Guard cutter and a PLA Navy destroyer collided near Scarborough Shoal while operating close to Philippine vessels. The Coast Guard ship was damaged, and the incident briefly revealed an uncomfortable reality. Even forces nominally on the same side can lose control when pressure, crowding, and tempo converge. Sabina Shoal illustrates how this new normal takes hold in practice. In 2024, the low tide feature became the focus of a prolonged standoff after the Philippines deployed one of its most capable Coast Guard vessels, BRP Teresa Magbanua, to maintain a presence. China's response was not a single dramatic move, but sustained pressure, constant shadowing, tight maneuvers, and repeated interference that disrupted resupply. Over time, the strain accumulated, supplies dwindled, fatigue set in, and the Philippine ship was eventually withdrawn and replaced. No shots were fired, yet the balance on the water shifted all the same. What makes this pattern especially dangerous is that it no longer feels temporary. Crews on all sides are adapting to an environment where aggressive contact is expected rather than avoided.
Consequences entailed will be borne by you. Over.
Large-scale exercises involving the United States and its partners add yet another layer of complexity, placing more ships and aircraft into already congested spaces. With each additional actor, the chances increase that a routine intercept becomes a collision, or that a poorly judged maneuver is interpreted as a deliberate provocation. From an operational standpoint, the logic is straightforward. More vessels, tighter operating areas, longer deployments, and higher political stakes mean that accidents cease to be rare anomalies and begin to look like statistical outcomes. A snapped tow line, a momentary steering failure, or a misjudged turn during a swarm can escalate faster than diplomats can respond, especially when the incident is captured on video and narratives harden almost immediately. This drift can still be slowed, but only if safety is treated as a strategic priority rather than a technical afterthought. Clearer communication channels, agreed minimum passing distances, and better real-time information sharing would reduce the risk of miscalculation. Formal mechanisms for reporting and reviewing near misses could also make dangerous behavior harder to dismiss as routine. If the South China Sea ever had clear red lines, they are now badly eroded. What has replaced them is not a sudden land grab or a dramatic military confrontation, but something quieter and far more durable. Control is being constructed through routine, through paperwork, patrol schedules, and physical presence. Legal designations are layered onto steady enforcement, and over time that combination turns contested space into something that appears administered, often without a single shot being fired. Beijing has refined this approach by fusing bureaucracy with constant activity on the water. The clearest illustration came in September 2025, when China formally designated Scarborough Shoal as a national marine nature reserve. On paper, it was an environmental measure. In practice, it rested on more than a decade of near-continuous Coast Guard patrols that have largely excluded Philippine vessels since 2012. Manila protested, as expected. But the designation still mattered. It quietly shifted Scarborough from a disputed feature towards something that looks, and increasingly functions, like governed territory. This is the power of administrative moves. They reverse the burden of action.
The Philippines, likewise, has the exclusive authority to establish environmental protection areas over its territory and relevant maritime zones. The Philippines will be issuing a formal diplomatic protest against this illegitimate and unlawful action by China.
Once an area is wrapped in domestic law and reinforced by regular enforcement, challenging it no longer feels like defending the status quo. It begins to look like dismantling an established arrangement. Politically, that is a much harder case to make, both domestically and internationally. The same pattern is emerging elsewhere. Around Sandy Cay and near Thitu Island, known in the Philippines as Pagasa, Chinese maritime militia, Coast Guard, and naval vessels have been operating ever closer to Philippine-held features, sometimes within only a few nautical miles. These are not isolated incidents or brief spikes in tension. They form part of a steady squeeze, persistent proximity, interference with resupply, and subtle limits on movement. No single moment appears decisive, but taken together, they steadily narrow Manila's room to operate. Scarborough Shoal remains the clearest case because it shows how law and enforcement reinforce each other over time. Once the reserve designation was in place, Coast Guard patrols could be presented as environmental policing. Philippine fishing activity, in turn, could be labeled illegal. Even if the designation were challenged through legal channels, enforcement on the water would continue in the meantime, further entrenching the arrangement. In this context, time works decisively in favor of whoever is already present. From an operational perspective, this is what makes administrative consolidation both effective and dangerous. Once a designation is announced and backed by constant presence, reversing it without force becomes politically costly. Push back too hard, and you risk escalation. Do nothing, and the new reality hardens. Control becomes sticky, not because it is accepted, but because contesting it grows more expensive with each passing month. The broader lesson is an uncomfortable one. Incrementalism works. Slow, bureaucratic steps, when paired with steady enforcement, can achieve outcomes that overt militarization often cannot. For smaller claimants, this creates a harsh dilemma. Respond forcefully and risk a crisis you may not be able to manage. Or respond cautiously and watch losses become normalized. There are still options short of confrontation. Multilateral legal strategies, through Asian diplomacy or carefully calibrated use of unclose mechanisms, can prevent disputes from being quietly bilateralized. Pragmatic confidence-building measures, such as limited joint fisheries or resource management arrangements, can also complicate consolidation without immediately raising tensions. Few developments in the South China Sea have mattered as much or carried as many trade-offs as the Philippines' rapid evolution into a forward hub for U.S. and allied forces. What began as an effort to restore deterrence after years of neglect has, by 2026, drawn Manila deeper into great power rivalry than at any point since the Cold War. On paper, the country is more secure. In reality, every regional crisis now comes with higher stakes. Geography sits at the center of this shift. Northern Luzon overlooks the Luzon Strait, the narrow passage linking the South China Sea to the Taiwan Strait. It has always been strategic ground. Today, it is central to regional war planning. By 2025, U.S. mid-range missile systems, including the Typhoon launcher, remained in northern Luzon following joint exercises. Philippine officials described the deployment as temporary and defensive, intended to improve readiness and interoperability. Beijing saw it differently. From China's perspective, those systems place not just the South China Sea, but parts of the Taiwan Strait and even sections of the mainland within potential reach. This perception has been reinforced by a growing network of security agreements. A reciprocal access agreement with Japan entered into force in late 2025, opening the door to regular Japanese training and deployments on Philippine territory. Expanded defense arrangements with Canada, New Zealand, and Australia followed, along with a sharp increase in joint air and maritime exercises. The effects are increasingly visible at sea: more allied vessels, tighter coordination, and a higher operational tempo in contested waters. The Typhoon deployment captures the dilemma neatly. Militarily, it complicates Chinese planning by introducing uncertainty into any crisis scenario. Politically, it strengthens the belief in Beijing that the Philippines is no longer simply a claimant state defending its own waters, but a critical node in a broader containment strategy. The maps circulating in defense circles make the point clearly. From northern Luzon, major sea lanes, choke points, and strategic targets fall within overlapping strike ranges. That belief carries consequences. Bases hosting allied forces and equipment acquire strategic weight, and with it, strategic risk. In a serious confrontation, particularly one tied to Taiwan, those sites could become priority targets. Even if Manila insists it has no intention of being drawn into a cross-strait conflict, geography and infrastructure may make neutrality difficult once escalation begins. Operationally, the trade-offs are uncomfortable. A stronger allied presence does enhance deterrence against coercion in the South China Sea. But it also compresses decision timelines and blurs the line between local incidents and regional war planning. A clash near a Philippine-held reef no longer exists in isolation. It is immediately viewed through the lens of US-China rivalry, missile deployments, and alliance signaling. That leaves far less margin for error. There is also a quieter, longer-term risk, dependency. As allied intelligence, surveillance, and strike assets play a larger role, the Philippines' own capabilities risk being overshadowed. In a crisis, heavy reliance on external systems could limit Manila's freedom to decide how far to escalate or how quickly to pull back. One of the most important changes in the South China Sea has little to do with ships or reefs. It has to do with context. By 2026, the region no longer functions as a self-contained arena. Its security dynamics are now tightly bound to the Taiwan Strait, to the point where trouble in one almost automatically reverberates in the other. What were once parallel flashpoints are now overlapping ones, connected by geography, force posture, and the way major powers plan for conflict. Geography provides the starting point, but politics and deployments have done the rest. Northern Luzon sits at the hinge between the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait, and recent US-Philippine defense cooperation has turned that hinge into an active strategic node. Expanded access agreements, rotational forces, and the presence of longer-range missile systems mean that assets intended for one scenario inevitably shape calculations about the other. From Beijing's perspective, Philippine decisions, hosting allied forces, expanding exercises, opening bases, are no longer seen as limited to maritime disputes. They are increasingly folded into a broader story about Taiwan. That framing matters. Chinese official statements and military signaling have repeatedly linked Philippine cooperation with the United States to what Beijing describes as interference in its core interests. The practical effect is that even routine incidents now carry extra strategic weight. A patrol near a contested reef is no longer just about maritime claims. It is interpreted against the backdrop of cross-strait tensions, alliance commitments, and strike ranges. Local encounters begin to feel global. Military planners have already adjusted to this reality. Across the region, scenario building increasingly assumes that a crisis over Taiwan would not remain neatly contained. In many models, pressure in the Taiwan Strait is paired with coercive actions in the South China Sea. Harassment of rival claimants, disruption of resupply missions, or selective interference with key sea lanes. The logic is straightforward: stretch opponents, overload decision-makers, and force them to manage multiple crises at once. The implication is sobering. A Taiwan emergency would almost certainly heat up the South China Sea, not freeze it. The risks of this spillover are not abstract. In August 2025, during a tense encounter near Scarborough Shoal, two Chinese vessels, a Coast Guard cutter and a PLA Navy destroyer, collided while maneuvering aggressively around Philippine patrols. Both ships were damaged, briefly exposing how much strain crews were operating under. The timing was telling. The incident occurred amid heightened US-China friction over Taiwan-related messaging and exercises, a reminder that pressure in one theater can directly shape behavior in another. The deeper danger is not escalation alone, but confusion. When theaters blur, escalation ladders blur with them. Incidents that might once have been managed locally are now read as moves in a much larger strategic contest. Responses become harder to calibrate, signals noisier, and the risk of misreading intent rises quickly. Crisis management, already difficult in a single flashpoint, becomes far more fragile when several are active at the same time. For the Philippines, this creates a particularly exposed position. Even without any desire to be drawn into a Taiwan conflict, geography and alliance ties mean that escalation elsewhere could reach Philippine waters rapidly. The same bases, ports, and sea lanes that support deterrence in the South China Sea would immediately matter in a cross-strait scenario, leaving Manila little room to keep crises neatly compartmentalized. Reducing this risk begins with acknowledging the linkage rather than wishing it away. Cross-theater communication between militaries and coast guards operating in both the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea needs to be routine, not improvised. Deconfliction arrangements must account explicitly for spillover, not just isolated incidents. Beyond that, narrowly defined understandings to protect critical sea lanes, civilian shipping, and fisheries during periods of tension could help prevent economic and humanitarian disruptions from becoming accelerants of conflict. The deeper reality is that escalation is no longer linear. In today's Indo-Pacific, pressure applied in one place rarely stays there, it ripples outward. The South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait are no longer separate chapters in Asia's security story. They are part of the same narrative, and it is becoming harder each year to read one without the other.
In making that historic decision in 2013, which culminated in the landmark 2016 arbitral award, our nation chose dialogue over confrontation, law over intimidation, and peace over conflict.
This weekend, 14 countries, including the United States, Japan, Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, Italy, and the Philippines, delivered a rare united message to China. On the 10th anniversary of the landmark South China Sea arbitration, they reaffirmed that the 2016 tribunal ruling remains legally binding between China and the Philippines, and that Beijing's sweeping claims based on so-called historic rights have no basis under international law. This wasn't just another diplomatic statement. It was one of the strongest coordinated international responses on the South China Sea in years. But here's what makes it remarkable. China rejected this ruling the day it was issued, and it still rejects it today. So why did 14 governments decide to defend it 10 years later? Because this is no longer simply a dispute over reefs, shoals, or fishing grounds. It's become a test of something much bigger. Can international law still influence the actions of major powers? Or will the future of the South China Sea ultimately be decided by whoever can maintain the strongest presence at sea? That's exactly what we'll uncover in this video. So, what exactly happened? On July 11, 2026, just one day before the 10th anniversary of the South China Sea arbitration, 14 governments issued a coordinated joint statement reaffirming their support for the landmark 2016 tribunal ruling. Their message was straightforward. They reaffirmed that the tribunal's decision remains legally binding between China and the Philippines, and that China's claims based on so-called historic rights have no legal foundation under international law. But the statement went further. It condemned coercive actions at sea, including the use of Coast Guard vessels, maritime militia, and other tactics to obstruct the lawful activities of neighboring states. It also reaffirmed support for UNCLOS, stressing that maritime disputes should be resolved peacefully and that freedom of navigation remains essential to regional and global security. One point is especially important. This was not a new court ruling. No new arbitration had taken place, and no new judgment had been issued. Instead, the 14 countries were sending a political and diplomatic message. The legal authority of the 2016 ruling has not changed simply because China continues to reject it. That naturally raises the next question. Why did a decision issued 10 years ago become one of the most consequential legal rulings in modern maritime history? To understand why 14 countries are still defending the 2016 ruling today, we have to go back to the moment this dispute changed forever. It didn't begin in a courtroom. It began at sea. In 2012, Chinese and Philippine vessels became locked in a tense standoff at Scarborough Shoal, a rich fishing ground located within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. After weeks of confrontation, China established effective control over the area, and Filipino fishermen gradually lost access to waters they had relied on for generations. For Manila, the message was clear. The dispute could no longer be managed the old way. Instead of responding with military force, the Philippines made a decision that would reshape the South China Sea debate for years to come. In January 2013, it brought the dispute before an international tribunal under UNCLOS. But here's what's often misunderstood. The Philippines wasn't asking the tribunal to decide who owned the islands. It was asking a different question. Were China's maritime claims consistent with international law? China rejected the arbitration from the very beginning, arguing that the tribunal had no jurisdiction and refusing to participate. Even so, the proceedings continued under the rules of UNCLOS. More than 3 years later, the tribunal delivered a unanimous ruling. It concluded that China's claims based on so-called historic rights had no legal basis where they exceeded the maritime rights established under UNCLOS. The tribunal also found that several disputed features in the Spratly Islands were legally rocks or low tide elevations, not full islands, meaning they could not generate the vast maritime zones Beijing had claimed. It further ruled that China had violated the Philippines' sovereign rights by interfering with fishing, restricting energy exploration, and limiting access to Scarborough Shoal. But one point is just as important. The tribunal never decided who owns the islands. It clarified what maritime rights those features can legally generate under international law. That distinction is why the ruling still matters today. It didn't end the South China Sea dispute. It changed the rules under which the dispute would be argued and contested for years to come. So, if China rejected the ruling 10 years ago, why are 14 countries, and separately, the European Union, still defending it? Because this is no longer just about China and the Philippines. It's about protecting the rules that govern the world's oceans. The countries behind the joint statement know they are unlikely to change Beijing's position overnight. Instead, they are reinforcing a different message. An international ruling doesn't lose its authority simply because one country refuses to accept it. That matters far beyond Southeast Asia. Nearly 1/3 of global maritime trade passes through the South China Sea. Stable shipping lanes, freedom of navigation, and predictable international rules are vital for economies around the world. That's why countries from North America, Europe, and the Indo-Pacific all chose to speak with one voice. For them, this isn't just about one legal case. It's about defending the rules-based maritime order before it begins to erode. But while much of the international community continues to support the ruling, China has remained just as firm in rejecting it. So why has Beijing refused to change its position after an entire decade? So why has China refused to accept the ruling for an entire decade? The simple answer is that Beijing rejects both the ruling and the process that produced it. China argues that the dispute is fundamentally about territorial sovereignty, not just maritime rights, and therefore should be resolved through direct negotiations, not international arbitration. That's why Beijing has consistently described the 2016 award as null and void, and says it neither accepts nor recognizes the tribunal's decision. But there's a bigger reason. For China's leadership, this is about far more than legal arguments. It's about national sovereignty, strategic security, and political credibility. Accepting the ruling would require Beijing to abandon positions it has defended for decades, something no Chinese government has shown any willingness to do. China also accuses the United States and its allies of using the South China Sea to contain its rise through military deployments, freedom of navigation operations, and closer security ties with rival claimants. That is why, even after 10 years of diplomatic pressure, neither side has changed its position. Instead, the competition has increasingly shifted from the courtroom to the waters of the South China Sea. So what has changed over the past decade, and why is the region becoming even more strategically contested?
On whether there can be joint development with China on our exclusive economic zone. My opinion is it's not possible because under the Constitution, there's a provision there which says that the use and enjoyment of the exclusive economic zone shall be reserved exclusively to Filipinos.
If the tribunal settled the legal debate in 2016, why does the South China Sea feel even more dangerous today? Because something fundamental changed. The law stayed the same. The reality at sea did not. While diplomats debated legal principles, China was steadily changing the facts on the water. Year after year, the China Coast Guard grew larger, more capable, and more active around contested areas such as Scarborough Shoal, Second Thomas Shoal, and the Spratly Islands. Alongside it, maritime militia vessels maintained an almost constant presence, reinforcing Beijing's claims without relying solely on the People's Liberation Army Navy. China also transformed several reclaimed reefs into heavily fortified outposts, complete with long runways, deep water harbors, advanced radar systems, and logistics facilities capable of supporting sustained military and Coast Guard operations. The result was a new normal: water cannons, dangerous intercepts, military-grade lasers, close encounters between rival vessels. What were once headline-making incidents have become routine.
China Coast Guard vessel 3304. Keep your distance away from the Filipino fishing boats as you are compromising their safety and the safety of Filipino fishermen.
But China wasn't the only country adapting. For the Philippines, the tribunal delivered an important lesson. Winning the legal argument didn't mean controlling the waters. So Manila changed its strategy. It accelerated military modernization, strengthened maritime surveillance, expanded coastal defenses, and deepened security cooperation with the United States, Japan, and Australia. Joint patrols became more frequent. Military exercises grew larger. Intelligence sharing became closer than ever before. By 2026, the South China Sea looked very different from the one the tribunal had ruled on a decade earlier. 10 years ago, the battle was fought in a courtroom. Today, it's unfolding every single day at sea. The legal positions haven't changed. The balance of power has. And that's why the South China Sea is no longer just a legal dispute. It's become a long-term contest of presence, persistence, partnerships, and power. The next question is no longer who has the stronger legal argument. It's whether this growing competition can remain below the threshold of conflict, or whether one miscalculation could change the Indo-Pacific forever. At first glance, this may look like a dispute over a few reefs and shoals in Southeast Asia. It's not. The South China Sea is one of the world's busiest and most strategically important waterways. Nearly 1/3 of global maritime trade passes through these waters every year, connecting Asia with Europe, the Middle East, and North America. That means what happens here doesn't stay here. Oil, natural gas, consumer goods, automobiles, and countless other products travel through the South China Sea every day. A major disruption would ripple across the global economy, driving up shipping costs, disrupting supply chains, and ultimately affecting consumers around the world. These sea lanes are also critical for the global technology industry. Advanced semiconductors produced across East Asia pass through this region before reaching manufacturers worldwide, making the security of these waters increasingly important in the age of artificial intelligence and advanced computing. But commerce is only part of the story. For the United States and its allies, the South China Sea is a vital military corridor linking the Pacific and Indian Oceans. For China, it is equally critical to its national security and its ability to project power beyond its coastline. That's why this dispute attracts attention far beyond Southeast Asia. This isn't simply a contest over territory. It's a contest over one of the world's most important strategic crossroads, where trade, technology, energy, and military power all converge. And that's exactly why 14 countries, along with the European Union, chose to reaffirm the 2016 ruling. The bigger question now is no longer why the world is watching. It's where this growing strategic competition goes next. After everything we've covered, one question remains. If the tribunal's ruling was legally binding, why hasn't it settled the dispute? Because a legal victory and a strategic victory aren't always the same thing. In 2016, the tribunal delivered a clear legal judgment. It rejected China's claims based on so-called historic rights and clarified how international law applies to the South China Sea. But that wasn't the end of the story. It was the beginning of a different contest. International law can define rights. It cannot enforce them on its own. Unlike national courts, there is no global authority that can compel countries to follow tribunal decisions. Their influence depends on diplomacy, international support, and the willingness of states to respect the rules. At sea, however, another reality takes over. Presence matters. The ships that patrol contested waters, the coast guards that remain on station, the infrastructure built on disputed features, the partnerships that strengthen deterrence. Over the past decade, that's exactly what we've seen. The Philippines has continued to rely on the tribunal's ruling as the legal foundation for its position, while China has continued to reinforce its presence through Coast Guard patrols, maritime militia vessels, and military infrastructure. That's also why the recent joint statement matters. It wasn't intended to force China to change course overnight. It was intended to show that 10 years later, the international community still considers the 2016 ruling the legal benchmark for interpreting maritime rights in the South China Sea. Whether that legal consensus will eventually influence events at sea remains uncertain. But one thing is already clear. The South China Sea is no longer just a dispute over territory. It's a long-term contest between legal principles and strategic realities. How that balance evolves may shape not only the future of the South China Sea, but the future of the wider Indo-Pacific. After everything we've discussed, one final question remains. Can a joint diplomatic statement actually change what happens in the South China Sea? The answer is yes, but only to a point. Its greatest strength isn't military or economic. It's political. By standing behind the 2016 ruling, the 14 countries, and separately, the European Union, reinforce the international consensus that the tribunal remains the legal benchmark for interpreting maritime rights in the South China Sea. That strengthens the Philippines' diplomatic position and signals that many governments still support a rules-based approach to resolving maritime disputes. But it's equally important to understand what this statement cannot do. It cannot force China to accept the ruling. It cannot remove military outposts or Coast Guard vessels from disputed waters. And it cannot eliminate the risk of future confrontations at sea. That's why this statement shouldn't be judged by whether it changes China's behavior tomorrow. Its real significance is that it keeps the legal framework alive, reinforces international support for it, and reminds the world that the debate over the South China Sea is far from over. Whether that diplomatic consensus can eventually shape events on the water remains one of the biggest strategic questions facing the Indo-Pacific. Ten years after the landmark tribunal ruling, one thing is clear. The legal debate has largely stood still. The strategic competition has not. The most likely future isn't an all-out war. It's a continuation of the gray zone competition we've seen over the past decade. More Coast Guard patrols, more maritime militia activity, more close encounters at sea, and more diplomatic confrontations that stop just short of open conflict. At the same time, the United States, Japan, Australia, and other partners are expected to deepen military cooperation with regional allies through joint patrols, exercises, and expanded security partnerships, all aimed at strengthening deterrence and maintaining stability. Diplomacy will continue as well. ASEAN's long-running efforts to negotiate a code of conduct could help reduce tensions, but deep political and strategic differences mean meaningful progress is likely to be slow. The greatest danger, however, isn't necessarily a deliberate decision to start a conflict. It's a miscalculation. When coast guards, naval ships, military aircraft, and fishing fleets operate in such close proximity, a single collision, a misunderstood maneuver, or one unexpected incident could trigger a much larger crisis. History has shown that some of the world's biggest confrontations didn't begin with carefully planned decisions. They began with a single mistake. That's why governments across the Indo-Pacific continue to invest not only in stronger deterrence, but also in crisis communication and military-to-military dialogue. Because preventing a conflict may prove just as important as preparing for one. At first glance, this was a story about a 10-year-old legal ruling. But in reality, it's about something much bigger. The anniversary statement wasn't expected to change China's position overnight. Its purpose was to remind the world that international law still matters, even when it's challenged. 10 years after the tribunal's decision, the legal debate may be largely settled. The strategic competition is not. The future of the South China Sea will ultimately be shaped not only by military power, but also by diplomacy, restraint, and the choices made by every country involved. And those choices won't just determine the future of the South China Sea, they could shape the future of the entire Indo-Pacific.
I am here not to talk about the past. I am here to tell you about our future.
Just days before Philippine Independence Day and the 10th anniversary of the landmark 2016 arbitration ruling, a nationwide survey produced a striking result. 86% of Filipinos said the country should work with like-minded nations to help defend the West Philippine Sea. Only 3% disagreed. In Mindanao, support reached 91%. And when Filipinos were asked who they wanted to work with, the top answers were the United States, Japan, Australia, Canada, and South Korea. But the survey raises a deeper question. If sovereignty is about standing on your own, why does we need partners? Some people think the answer is simple. China is stronger. The Philippines needs help. Case closed. But geopolitics is rarely that simple. Long before today's leaders took office, the map was already shaping this story. The story of the West Philippine Sea is not just about reefs or territorial claims. It is about power. Who has it? Who wants more of it? And what happens when a smaller nation finds itself caught in the middle? To understand why millions of Filipinos reach the same conclusion, we need to start with something more powerful than politics. We need to start with geography. Before we talk about China, alliances, or military power, we need to look at a map. Look closely. To the west lies the South China Sea. To the north lies Taiwan. To the east stretches the Pacific Ocean. Sitting between them is the Philippines. Robert D. Kaplan, one of America's most respected geopolitical writers, described the South China Sea as the Middle Europa of the 21st century, a flashpoint for future power struggles with consequences that reach far beyond the region. He called this area the demographic cockpit of the globe, where the interests of great powers converge, collide, and compete. The South China Sea is to China what the Greater Caribbean was to the United States. If China can gain dominance there, it will effectively control the maritime gateway between the Pacific and the Indian Ocean. Robert D. Kaplan, Asia's cauldron. For decades, military planners have focused on something called the First Island Chain, a line of islands running from Japan through Taiwan to the northern Philippines. Why does it matter? Because it sits between China and the wider Pacific Ocean. Any major power operating in East Asia must pay attention to it. And right in the middle of it sits the Philippines. But geography gives the Philippines another advantage. Trade, $3.4 trillion worth of goods, move through these waters every single year. That is roughly 1/3 of all global maritime trade. This is why the South China Sea is not just a regional issue. It is a global one. And more than a century ago, the man who shaped modern naval strategy said exactly that. Whoever commands the sea may make or unmake a nation as he pleases. The history of sea power is largely a narrative of contests between nations, and those who control the sea lanes control the wealth and security of nations. Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1890. Mahan wrote those words in 1890. He was describing the British Empire. But every word applies to the South China Sea today. Then there is the Luzon Strait, the narrow waterway between Taiwan and the Philippines. In any future crisis involving Taiwan, this area could become one of the most important strategic locations in Asia. The Philippines is not strategically important because it is the richest or strongest country in the region. It is important because of where it is. And once we understand that, China's actions begin to make much more sense. To understand the West Philippine Sea, we need to look at the world through China's eyes. Not because we agree with Beijing's claims, but because serious geopolitics begins with understanding how countries see their own interests. China is the world's second largest economy and one of the largest trading nations on Earth. Every day, it depends on energy, resources, and goods moving across the sea. Much of that trade passes through the South China Sea. A large share of China's oil imports travels through the Strait of Malacca before reaching Chinese ports. In a crisis, those routes could be threatened. Beijing calls this the Malacca Dilemma. What many see as a trade route, China sees as a security issue. Then there is the First Island Chain, stretching from Japan through Taiwan to the Philippines. From Beijing's perspective, it acts as a barrier between China and the wider Pacific Ocean. This is why China has spent years expanding its navy and strengthening its presence in nearby waters. Not because China sees itself as expanding, but because it sees itself as becoming more secure. Great powers rarely view their actions as aggression. They view them as protection. And John Mearsheimer explained this dynamic with remarkable clarity. An increasingly powerful China is likely to try to push the United States out of Asia, much the way the United States pushed the European great powers out of the Western Hemisphere. China will want to dictate the boundaries of acceptable behavior to neighboring countries, much the way the United States does in the Americas. John J. Mearsheimer, Foreign Policy, 2005. This is not Mearsheimer approving of China's behavior. He is describing a structural logic. Great powers behave in predictable ways, and the South China Sea is where that logic is playing out in real time. But what China sees as security, its neighbors see very differently, and nowhere is that clash more visible than in the Philippines. So far, we have talked about geography and security. But geopolitics becomes dangerous when different interests collide in the same place. And nowhere is that collision more visible than in the waters west of the Philippines. Because what Beijing sees as security, Manila sees as sovereignty. One of the first major turning points came in 2012 at Scarborough Shoal. For years, Filipino fishermen had operated in these waters that sit just 230 kilometers from the Philippine coast, well within the country's exclusive economic zone under international law. Then a standoff erupted between Chinese and Philippine vessels. When it ended, China maintained a permanent presence around the shoal. Filipino fishermen were effectively expelled from waters their grandfathers had worked for generations. The situation changed even further when China began building artificial islands across the South China Sea. Reefs became military outposts. 3 of these, Mischief Reef, Subi Reef, and Fiery Cross Reef, are now fully operational military bases, equipped with anti-ship missile systems, anti-aircraft weapons, fighter jet hangars, and 3-kilometer runways. The U.S. Indo-Pacific commander confirmed this was complete. In the words of U.S. analysts, they are unsinkable aircraft carriers, permanently stationed inside Philippine waters. Robert Kaplan warned that this is exactly how regional dominance works. He said if China achieves dominance in the South China Sea, it would effectively Finlandize countries like Vietnam and the Philippines, leaving them nominally independent, but with their foreign policies written in Beijing. The Philippines responded through international law. In 2016, an international tribunal ruled overwhelmingly in Manila's favor and rejected China's expansive maritime claims. It was the most comprehensive legal victory in the history of this dispute. The ruling said China's so-called 10-dash line had no basis in international law. It affirmed Philippine sovereign rights. It was a complete legal victory. But China rejected the ruling and continued its activities. The dispute remained. Today, the competition continues through what experts call gray zone tactics. Not war. Not peace. Something in between. Water cannons. Dangerous maneuvers. High-powered lasers aimed at sailors' eyes. Maritime militia harassing Filipino fishermen. A constant struggle over access, control, and influence, all designed to stay just below the threshold that would trigger a military response. In 2025 alone, the Philippine Navy recorded 447 Chinese law enforcement and military vessels in areas within its exclusive economic zone, up from 278 the year before. China conducted a record 163 operations in the South China Sea, including live fire drills. If international law cannot settle the dispute, what ultimately determines the outcome? The answer is power. When disputes happen between people, there is usually a simple process. A court hears the case. A ruling is made. The losing side accepts the decision. But international politics does not work that way. In 2013, the Philippines took China to an international tribunal under the Law of the Sea Convention. 3 years later, the tribunal delivered its verdict. The Philippines won. The ruling rejected China's sweeping maritime claims and affirmed important Philippine rights within its exclusive economic zone. For Manila, it was a historic legal victory. Nothing changed. China rejected the ruling. Its ships remained. Its patrols continued. The dispute went on. This revealed one of the harshest realities of international politics. Law matters, but law alone cannot enforce itself. There is no world government, no global police force, no authority capable of forcing a great power to obey a ruling it rejects. In other words, every time China uses water cannons, deploys maritime militia, or ignores an international ruling, it pushes more countries into the coalition forming against it. China's coercion is, paradoxically, building the very alliance system it fears. China is not just larger than the Philippines. Its economy is larger, its military is larger, its defense budget is larger, and its industrial capacity is on a completely different scale. Military power does not begin with warships. It begins in factories, shipyards, and supply chains. And in all of these areas, China holds a major advantage. Today, China has the world's largest navy by number of ships. It has built artificial islands, military facilities, airfields, and ports across the South China Sea. These outposts give Beijing a permanent presence in some of the region's most contested waters. The Philippines is modernizing. New ships have been acquired, missile systems purchased. Defense spending is rising for the third consecutive year, with the proposed 2026 budget reaching $5.2 billion. South Korea has contracted to deliver 12 new ships worth over $1.5 billion. Submarines are being procured for the first time in Philippine history. But the gap remains significant. As one rigorous analysis published this year assessed, the Philippines is approaching the end of a 15-year military modernization program with a navy that is partially armed, an air force still waiting on multi-role fighters, and a procurement system bruised by scandal. Every delayed missile and half-finished frigate has become a strategic liability. That is not a criticism. It is a reality shaped by decades of historical choices. A military that focused on internal security, a state that relied on an American security umbrella, and a procurement system that could not keep pace with China's buildup. The gap is real. It is deep. And it cannot be closed in years when the other side has been building for decades. Which brings us to the most important question in this entire story. If the Philippines cannot balance China alone, what are its options? Throughout history, smaller states facing stronger powers have usually reached the same answer. They look for partners. And that is exactly where our story expands. By now, a pattern is beginning to emerge. China is becoming more powerful. the Philippines feels increasing pressure, and more countries are becoming involved. But was any of this predictable? More than 20 years ago, Professor John Mearsheimer argued that it was. His argument was simple. If China continued to grow stronger, it would eventually seek greater influence in Asia, much like the United States sought dominance in its own region. Not because China is uniquely aggressive, but because great powers want security. And the safest position is to be the strongest power in your neighborhood. What you're going to get is an intense security competition between China on one hand and the United States combined with China's neighbors on the other. The balancing coalition will be South Korea, Japan, of course the United States, and countries like the Philippines and Vietnam, all of them very, very nervous. Because China will be very big and very powerful. John J. Mearsheimer, Why China Cannot Rise Peacefully, 2014. But Mearsheimer made a second prediction. He argued that other countries would not simply accept China's rise. They would respond. They would strengthen partnerships, expand military cooperation, work together to balance Chinese power. In other words, China's rise would create a balancing coalition, not necessarily because they share the same values, but because they share the same concern. Today, Mearsheimer's prediction looks increasingly familiar. The Quad has been elevated from a talking forum to an active security instrument. AUKUS is bringing nuclear-powered submarines to the Pacific. Japan has returned combat troops to Philippine soil for the first time since World War II. Australia is conducting maritime exercises in the West Philippine Sea. South Korea is supplying weapons and becoming a defense partner. The architecture of exactly the coalition Mearsheimer described is being assembled piece by piece in real time. And the Philippines sits at the center of it. If Mearsheimer's theory is correct, then China's rise should produce a response, not necessarily conflict, but balancing. And across the Indo-Pacific, that response is already happening. The United States, Japan, Australia, South Korea, and Canada have all become more active in the region. Different countries, different interests, but increasingly focused on the same strategic question. What happens if one power becomes dominant in Asia? For the United States, the answer affects its position in the Pacific. For Japan, it affects trade routes and its own security. For Australia, it affects the balance of power in its entire neighborhood. The photograph that accompanied the new survey this week captured something real. The Philippine Coast Guard's BRP Malcora Aquino and Australia's guided missile frigate HMAS Toowoomba maintaining formation, executing synchronized movements in the West Philippine Sea. More countries are choosing which side of that shift they want to be on. Alliances do not eliminate risk. They do not solve every problem, but they change the calculation. After years of rising tensions in the West Philippine Sea, 1,500 Filipinos across every region, every socioeconomic class, were asked a simple question. Should the Philippines work with like-minded countries to defend its rights and interests in accordance with the 2016 arbitral ruling? The answer was overwhelming. 86% said yes. In Mindanao, the southernmost major island group, the region farthest from the West Philippine Sea, support reached 91%. In Metro Manila, 90%. 56% said they strongly agreed. Not just agreed. Strongly, in an era when societies are often deeply divided, that level of agreement is remarkable. Only 3% disagreed. As Stratbase Institute President Victor Manhit said when the results were released, Filipinos are sending a clear message. They want the government to pursue principled diplomacy, credible defense, and strong partnerships with like-minded nations. Filipinos distinguish between countries that support the Philippines' lawful rights and those whose actions have contributed to tensions. 84% of Filipinos chose the United States as a partner. Japan followed at 67%. Australia at 57%. Canada at 51%. South Korea at 44%. Only 18% chose China as a partner they want to work with. That number tells you everything you need to know about how the Filipino public views the situation. The Filipino people have reached the same conclusion that took policymakers years of analysis to arrive at. Standing alone may not be enough. And that brings us to the final question. If China believes it is defending its security, and the Philippines believes it is defending its sovereignty, why do tensions continue to rise? To answer that, we must confront the tragedy at the heart of great power politics. China sees its military expansion as protection. The Philippines sees it as aggression. The United States sees China's rise as a threat to the order it has maintained for 80 years. And all of them, simultaneously, believe they are acting defensively. That is the tragedy. The security dilemma. Each side's defensive moves look offensive to the other. And so the spiral continues. But within that tragedy, the Filipino people have made a clear and rational choice. They are not choosing war. They are choosing deterrence. They are not abandoning sovereignty. They are defending it, the same way every smaller state throughout history has defended it when facing a stronger rival. They are choosing the coalition. The sea has always been the road to power, and those who would remain sovereign must find allies willing to walk that road alongside them. After Alfred Thayer Mahan, 86% of an entire nation raised its hand this week. Mearsheimer predicted this coalition would form. Kaplan predicted the South China Sea would become the defining flashpoint of our century. Mahan told us, more than 100 years ago, that whoever commands the sea commands the fate of nations. The fishermen of Palawan already knew all of this. They knew it from the moment Chinese Coast Guard ships appeared at Scarborough Shoal and turned them away from waters they had fished for generations. And now, 86% of the Filipino nation has made it official. The only question that remains is whether the coalition will hold, and whether the world will take the Filipino verdict seriously.
China is accelerating its nuclear buildup at a pace that is also reshaping the global balance of power, it seems.
It is the first time that China has so clearly stated its military plans and ambitions in the last 2 years, and it is focusing its attention far at sea, far from its shore.
I mean, China has grown the islands 2,000 acres in the last 18 months. That's a lot of space that they've grown. They're throwing sand up into these atolls and then building military airstrips on top of those.
What if the next major global crisis doesn't begin with a missile launch, but with concrete being poured onto tiny reefs in the middle of the sea? That question suddenly feels a lot less hypothetical this week. Fresh satellite images and defense assessments show that China is steadily expanding military infrastructure across several artificial islands in the South China Sea, facilities analysts say could support advanced missile systems and potentially nuclear-capable strategic assets. For most people scrolling through the news, it might sound like just another geopolitical headline. But look a little closer, and it feels different. Bigger, almost like watching pieces of a much larger chessboard quietly fall into place. And here's the unsettling part. The South China Sea doesn't look dramatic on a map. Just scattered reefs, shallow waters, and a few tiny specks of land. Yet every year, roughly $3.37 trillion worth of global trade moves through these waters. Oil tankers, cargo ships, energy routes, an entire artery of the global economy flows through this stretch of ocean. If something goes wrong here, it doesn't stay regional for long. It ripples outward, touching supply chains, energy markets, and even grocery prices on the other side of the planet. Take Mischief Reef, for example. A decade ago, it was little more than a submerged coral formation. Fishermen passed by it without thinking twice. Today, it has long airstrips, hardened shelters, radar systems, and missile-capable facilities. The transformation is so dramatic that one Southeast Asian naval officer once joked privately that a reef turned into an aircraft carrier. Except, it wasn't really a joke. This is where the tension begins to feel personal for the region. China's sweeping claim to most of the South China Sea, marked by the now famous 9-dash line, overlaps directly with the maritime zones of the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan. For fishermen, coast guards, and naval patrols operating there, the dispute isn't theoretical. It's something they encounter face-to-face on the water, sometimes intense standoffs, sometimes with water cannons, warning shots, or aggressive maneuvering between vessels. Meanwhile, outside powers are stepping in more frequently. The United States and its partners regularly conduct freedom of navigation operations, sailing warships through contested waters to challenge what they see as excessive maritime claims. Every patrol, every flyover, every radar lock adds another layer of friction to an already crowded strategic space. As Admiral John Aquilino, the commander of United States Indo-Pacific Command, once put it bluntly, the South China Sea is not just a regional issue, it's a global concern with implications for freedom of navigation and international law. And that's really the heart of the story, because what's unfolding in the South China Sea isn't simply about islands or even military bases. It's about who sets the rules in one of the world's most important waterways. It's about whether international law still holds weight when major powers disagree. And increasingly, it's about whether a quiet competition for strategic dominance might one day turn into something much harder to contain. So the real question isn't just what China is building in the South China Sea. The bigger question is what it might be preparing for and how the rest of the region and the world will respond. The South China Sea sits at the crossroads of geography, commerce, and power. On the map, it may appear like a wide stretch of blue connecting Southeast Asia to the Pacific. But in reality, it functions as one of the world's most important maritime highways. Every day, enormous container ships and oil tankers move through these waters, linking the factories of East Asia with the markets of Europe and the energy producers of the Middle East. It is difficult to exaggerate how vital this route has become to the global economy. Entire supply chains depend on it. A disruption here would not just affect nearby countries, it would echo across global markets almost immediately. But trade routes are only one part of the story. Beneath the seabed of the South China Sea lies another powerful incentive that keeps regional tensions simmering: natural resources. Energy assessments suggest that the seabed may contain around 11 billion barrels of oil and nearly 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. For countries with fast-growing economies and rising energy demands, those numbers are hard to ignore. Control over even a portion of these resources could reshape national energy strategies and reduce dependence on foreign imports. In many ways, the sea is not just a waterway, it is also a potential energy reserve waiting beneath layers of sediment. Then there is the human dimension, which often gets overlooked in high-level strategic debates. The South China Sea is one of the most productive fishing grounds on Earth, supplying roughly 10 to 12% of the global fish catch. Millions of people across Southeast Asia depend on these waters for their livelihoods. For coastal communities in places like Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, fishing here is not about geopolitics, it is about daily survival. Yet fishermen often find themselves on the front lines of maritime disputes, encountering foreign coast guards, maritime militias, or naval patrols in increasingly crowded waters. The roots of the territorial dispute stretch back decades. China's sweeping claim over most of the South China Sea is illustrated through the so-called Nine-Dash Line, a boundary that first appeared on Chinese maps in the late 1940s. Beijing argues that this line reflects historical rights and centuries of Chinese activity in the region. However, several Southeast Asian countries strongly reject that interpretation. Instead, they base their claims on modern international maritime law, particularly the framework established under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which defines exclusive economic zones extending 200 nautical miles from coastal states.
The new government here in Manila is grappling with what might be called catastrophic success. What comes next is obviously going to be a delicate balancing act. It is a time for cool heads.
The legal clash between historical claims and international law came to a dramatic moment in 2016. That year, an international tribunal under the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines in a case challenging China's maritime claims. The decision concluded that the Nine-Dash Line had no legal basis under international law, and that many of the disputed features could not generate expansive maritime zones. Beijing, however, rejected the ruling outright and has continued to assert its position, creating a situation where legal interpretation and geopolitical reality remain deeply at odds. While legal debates continue, developments on the ground, or more precisely, on the water, have moved forward rapidly. Over the past decade, China has carried out extensive land reclamation projects across several reefs and shoals in both the Spratly Islands and the Paracel Islands. What were once scattered coral outcrops have been transformed into large artificial islands with runways long enough for military aircraft, deep water ports capable of hosting naval vessels, and sophisticated radar installations. These facilities are not merely symbolic outposts, they represent a permanent and expanding military footprint in the region. Alongside the infrastructure has come a steady deployment of military assets. Fighter jets, surface-to-air missile systems, and naval patrol vessels have been observed operating from several of these installations. From a strategic perspective, these bases extend China's surveillance and operational reach across much of the South China Sea. If you zoom in on recent satellite imagery of the South China Sea, something striking appears. Reefs that once barely broke the surface of the water now look like small military cities. Concrete runways stretch across artificial islands. Radar towers stand like watchful sentries. And deep water harbors are carved into places that not long ago were just coral formations surrounded by fishermen's boats. Over the past few years, China has quietly but steadily expanded these installations, turning them into some of the most strategically positioned military outposts in the region. Two of the most significant locations are Fiery Cross Reef and Subi Reef. What used to be isolated reefs have been transformed into heavily fortified bases with long airstrips, hardened shelters, and large infrastructure capable of supporting sustained military operations. Analysts studying satellite imagery say some of the newly reinforced structures appear designed to store or deploy advanced missile systems, including platforms capable of carrying nuclear-capable intermediate-range missiles. In several images released in recent years, thick concrete facilities and underground-style structures suggest preparations for assets that require both protection and rapid launch capability. The expansion has not been limited to building new bases. China has also been upgrading facilities that were already operational. Runways have been extended and strengthened so they can accommodate larger aircraft, while port facilities have been expanded to handle bigger warships. The effect is noticeable when you look at the scale of these installations today. They are no longer simple forward outposts, but rather fully functioning military hubs. Surveillance technology has also become a central feature of these bases. Advanced radar systems, high-altitude drones, and increasingly sophisticated monitoring tools now allow Chinese forces to observe vast portions of the surrounding sea and airspace. A particularly important node in this surveillance network is the growing military complex on Hainan Island. Located at the northern edge of the South China Sea, the island has long served as a key base for China's naval and air forces. Recent upgrades have added powerful radar installations capable of scanning hundreds of kilometers across the region. In practical terms, that means aircraft movements, naval patrols, and even routine shipping activity can be tracked with far greater precision than before. For strategists, that kind of visibility dramatically strengthens situational awareness in contested waters. Alongside infrastructure expansion has come a clear push to strengthen naval and air capabilities operating in the area. China has deployed increasingly advanced platforms, including the Type 093 submarine, which enhances underwater deterrence and patrol capacity. Surface operations have also grown more prominent with the presence of the aircraft carrier Shandong, capable of projecting air power far from the mainland. In the skies above the region, China's fifth-generation Chengdu J-20 fighter jets represent another step toward modernizing the country's military reach. Military activity itself has also intensified. Exercises in the region have become more frequent and more complex, often involving coordinated naval and air maneuvers. Some drills reportedly simulate scenarios involving potential confrontation with outside powers, particularly the United States, whose naval forces regularly operate in nearby waters. These exercises serve multiple purposes. They train Chinese forces for high-intensity operations, signal strategic resolve to rivals, and demonstrate China's growing ability to project power across one of the world's most contested maritime regions. Taken together, these developments suggest something larger than routine military modernization. They point to a deliberate effort to build a network of forward positions capable of monitoring, controlling, and if necessary, defending China's interests across the South China Sea. For countries in the region, and for global powers watching closely, the question is no longer whether China is strengthening its presence there. The real debate now centers on how far that expansion might go, and what it could mean for the balance of power in Asia's most strategically sensitive waters. When you step back and look at the scale of China's construction across the South China Sea, it's hard not to ask the obvious question: why invest so much in remote reefs and contested waters? The answer isn't just about territory. It's about influence, security, and the long game of global power. For Beijing, these islands are not random military outposts. They are strategic footholds in one of the most important maritime regions on Earth. One of the clearest motivations is regional power projection. The South China Sea has increasingly become a stage where major powers signal strength and resolve. For China, expanding military facilities there allows it to extend its defensive perimeter far beyond the mainland coastline. From Beijing's perspective, this helps counterbalance the presence of foreign naval forces that regularly operate in the region. Warships from the United States and its allies conduct patrols meant to challenge expansive maritime claims, and Chinese strategists see forward bases as a way to maintain constant visibility and, if necessary, deterrence against those movements. At the same time, these installations reinforce China's territorial claims. The scattered reefs and islands of the South China Sea may appear insignificant individually, but collectively they shape control over vast surrounding waters. Another powerful driver is economic security. China is the world's largest energy importer, and much of that energy flows through the sea lanes that cut across the South China Sea. Tankers carrying crude oil from the Middle East and Africa travel along these routes before reaching Chinese ports. Analysts often note that roughly 70% of China's imported oil passes through these waters, making them one of the country's most critical supply arteries. From Beijing's standpoint, ensuring that these shipping lanes remain secure, especially during geopolitical crises, is a matter of national survival. Beneath the sea itself lies yet another strategic prize. Geological surveys suggest that the seabed may hold substantial deposits of oil, natural gas, and potentially rare earth minerals. Control over these resources would strengthen China's long-term energy security while reducing vulnerability to external suppliers. In an era where energy access often shapes geopolitical competition, the prospect of untapped reserves beneath the South China Sea adds another layer of strategic urgency to the dispute. Domestic politics also plays a role in shaping China's approach. The leadership of the Chinese Communist Party places strong emphasis on national unity, sovereignty, and the idea of restoring China's historical status as a major power. Demonstrating control over disputed maritime territories fits naturally into that narrative. Military modernization, visible through advanced aircraft, naval deployments, and fortified island bases, reinforces the image of a country that has regained both confidence and capability on the global stage. For Chinese leadership, a stronger military presence in the region also serves as a message to domestic audiences. It signals that the government is actively protecting national interests and responding to external pressures. In that sense, infrastructure projects in distant reefs become symbols of national strength as much as they are strategic assets. This connection between military strength and national development has been openly emphasized by Xi Jinping, who has repeatedly linked defense modernization with China's broader rise as a global power. As he stated in 2019, a strong military underpins China's peaceful rise. The remark captures a central idea in Beijing's strategic thinking. Stability and prosperity, in China's view, depend on the ability to defend national interests with credible power. Seen through that lens, the expansion in the South China Sea is not an isolated policy. It is part of a broader strategy aimed at securing vital trade routes, reinforcing territorial claims, and projecting influence across the Indo-Pacific. Whether this approach will stabilize the region or deepen strategic rivalry, however, remains one of the most pressing questions shaping the future of Asian security. As China's military footprint across the South China Sea has expanded, reactions from the rest of the region have been immediate and sometimes uneasy. Countries in Southeast Asia are watching developments closely because the dispute isn't happening somewhere far away. It's unfolding right on their maritime doorstep. For several members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the growing presence of Chinese bases has triggered a mix of diplomatic protest, cautious dialogue, and quiet military preparation. Governments across the region have repeatedly called for negotiations and adherence to international maritime law. Yet behind the scenes, many are also strengthening their own security capabilities. Vietnam, for instance, has steadily expanded and modernized its Coast Guard and naval patrol capacity, aiming to better monitor its maritime zones. The Philippines has taken a slightly different route by deepening defense cooperation with the United States, allowing greater coordination between the two militaries in response to growing tensions in disputed waters. For smaller states, the challenge is delicate. They must defend their maritime rights while avoiding escalation with a far more powerful neighbor. Outside powers have also become increasingly involved. The United States, which sees the South China Sea as vital to global maritime freedom, continues to conduct freedom of navigation operations to challenge what it considers excessive territorial claims. American naval deployments in the region often operate alongside partners such as Japan and Australia, signaling that the issue is no longer purely regional, but part of a broader Indo-Pacific security landscape. One notable example came in 2023, when the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan sailed through the South China Sea as part of a broader show of deterrence and reassurance to allies. These patrols and exercises increasingly intersect with emerging security frameworks like the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, which brings together the United States, Japan, India, and Australia. Although the Quad is not a formal military alliance, its growing cooperation in maritime security reflects a shared concern about maintaining open sea lanes and balancing China's expanding influence. At the legal level, international institutions have attempted to provide a framework for managing these disputes. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea remains the primary legal basis for defining maritime rights and exclusive economic zones. In theory, it offers a clear structure for resolving overlapping claims. In practice, however, enforcement remains difficult when major powers reject rulings or interpret legal provisions differently. As international law expert Philippe Sands once observed, international law is clear, but compliance remains a challenge. His remark captures the frustrating gap between legal principles and geopolitical realities. The developments unfolding in the South China Sea illustrate how geography, economics, and power politics can intersect in ways that shape global security. China's expanding military presence, including infrastructure capable of supporting advanced missile systems, reflects a strategy driven by regional influence, protection of vital trade routes, and domestic political considerations. For neighboring states and global powers alike, the implications are far-reaching. Security dynamics are shifting, economic stability is potentially at stake, and diplomatic relationships across the Indo-Pacific are being recalibrated in response to these changes. None of these developments exist in isolation. Each is part of a larger strategic transformation underway in the region. For now, the South China Sea remains one of the defining geopolitical hotspots of the 21st century. What happens there will not only influence the security architecture of Asia, but also shape the broader dynamics of global power in the decades ahead. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
We can argue about which approach the Philippines or Vietnam's is the best, and yet what we can see here is just China just very publicly, very fast development, as we all think is going to become the biggest base of China's in the South China Sea.
As the world watches an escalating theater of war in the Persian Gulf, a silent storm has been building up in the Indo-Pacific. China is expanding its military presence at another South China Sea shore. China has seized and transformed Antelope Reef in the South China Sea without firing a shot.
Satellite imagery has revealed something many believed had ended years ago. China has resumed large-scale land reclamation in the South China Sea. But this time, the construction isn't taking place at one of Beijing's well-known military outposts. Instead, it's happening at Antelope Reef, a little-known feature in the Paracel Islands that, until recently, was little more than a submerged coral reef. Today, it's being transformed at an extraordinary pace. According to satellite analysis by the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative and the Open Source Center, Beijing began large-scale dredging at Antelope Reef in October 2025. If construction continues at its current pace, the reef could become China's largest artificial feature in the entire South China Sea, rivaling, or even surpassing, Mischief Reef, Beijing's largest outpost in the Spratly Islands. That's why military analysts are watching this project so closely. Because this isn't just another land reclamation effort. It's China's first major island-building campaign in the South China Sea since 2017, raising fresh questions about Beijing's long-term ambitions in one of the world's most contested maritime regions. But this story isn't really about a single reef. It's about what happens when a submerged coral formation is transformed into a strategic outpost capable of supporting ships, aircraft, surveillance systems, and potentially much more. Because once you understand why Antelope Reef is changing, you'll understand why the balance of power in the South China Sea may be changing with it. The question is, why did China choose Antelope Reef? If Antelope Reef could become China's largest artificial island in the South China Sea, the next question is obvious. Why this reef? To answer that, we first need to understand where it is. At first glance, Antelope Reef doesn't seem particularly important. It's a small coral reef in the crescent group of the Paracel Islands, a chain of islands and reefs in the northern South China Sea. For decades, it attracted little international attention compared with flashpoints like the Spratly Islands or Scarborough Shoal. But in geopolitics, location often matters more than size. Located about 300 kilometers southeast of China's Hainan Island and roughly 330 kilometers east of Da Nang, Vietnam, Antelope Reef sits near major sea lanes linking Northeast Asia with Southeast Asia and beyond. These waters carry a significant share of global maritime trade and have long been at the center of competing territorial claims and military activity. The Paracel Islands are controlled by China, but are also claimed by Vietnam and Taiwan. Since taking full control of the islands in 1974, Beijing has steadily expanded its presence with ports, airfields, radar stations, and other military infrastructure. Antelope Reef now appears to be the latest addition to that growing network. Its location offers another strategic advantage. From the Paracels, Chinese Coast Guard ships, naval vessels, and aircraft can operate more effectively across the northern South China Sea, allowing Beijing to maintain a more persistent presence in waters it claims. In other words, Antelope Reef isn't valuable because of what it was. It's valuable because of where it is. Its position strengthens an existing chain of Chinese outposts while extending operational reach across one of the world's most strategically important maritime regions. But location alone doesn't explain the scale of what's happening here. So what exactly are the satellites revealing, And how did this quiet reef change so dramatically in less than a year? Until late 2025, Antelope Reef looked much like countless other coral reefs scattered across the South China Sea. Most of it disappeared beneath the water at high tide, with only small sections visible above the surface. Then everything changed. Satellite imagery analyzed by the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative shows that large-scale dredging began around October 2025. Specialized dredging vessels started extracting sand from the surrounding seabed and pumping it onto the reef, a method China has used before to create artificial islands. Over the following months, the transformation accelerated. Fresh satellite images show vast areas of newly reclaimed land replacing what was once open water. A protected lagoon began to take shape, while a causeway connected different parts of the growing island. New roll-on, roll-off berths appeared along the shoreline, allowing heavy vehicles and construction equipment to move directly between ships and land. The images also reveal concrete batching plants, worker accommodations, construction materials, and expanding support facilities, all strong signs that the project remains in an active construction phase rather than nearing completion. But perhaps the most striking change is its sheer scale. Based on the current pace of reclamation and the planned footprint visible in satellite imagery, AMT1 analysts estimate that Antelope Reef could eventually cover about 603 hectares, or roughly 1,490 acres. If that estimate proves accurate, Antelope Reef would become the largest artificial feature China has ever built in the South China Sea, surpassing even Mischief Reef, the largest island created during Beijing's reclamation campaign between 2013 and 2017. And all of this has happened in less than a year. What was once a barely visible reef is rapidly becoming a permanent man-made island capable of supporting far more than construction crews alone. But building an island on this scale demands enormous resources, advanced engineering, and years of planning. So why invest so much in a single reef? Building an artificial island in the middle of the sea is an enormous undertaking. It requires specialized dredging fleets, thousands of workers, massive amounts of sand and concrete, and months of continuous construction. So why invest so much in a reef that, until recently, was barely visible above the water? The answer lies in what an artificial island makes possible. Unlike a natural reef, a reclaimed island creates space for infrastructure. And in strategic terms, infrastructure creates options. A protected harbor allows ships to refuel and resupply without returning to the mainland. Fuel, food, spare parts, and construction materials can all be stored much closer to where they're needed. Permanent facilities also allow the China Coast Guard and potentially China's maritime militia to maintain a more sustained presence in nearby waters. Instead of operating from distant bases, vessels can stay at sea longer, increasing patrols and reducing response times. The same principle applies to surveillance. An artificial island can host radar systems, communications equipment, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or ISR, assets together. These systems improve maritime awareness by tracking ships and aircraft across a much wider area. Helicopter landing facilities could extend that reach even further, allowing personnel, supplies, and emergency assistance to move quickly between outposts. Analysts also note that if land reclamation continues, the island could eventually be large enough to support additional infrastructure, including a runway. However, there is currently no confirmed evidence that China is building or has announced plans to build an airstrip at Antelope Reef. But the bigger story isn't any single facility. It's the flexibility they create. Every new capability, whether it's a pier, a radar installation, or a communication site, expands the range of missions the island can support. Over time, that gives both military and civilian authorities more options during routine patrols, humanitarian operations, law enforcement missions, or periods of heightened tension. Viewed on its own, Antelope Reef is just one reclaimed island. But connected to China's existing outposts across the South China Sea, it becomes part of something much bigger. So how does this new island fit into Beijing's growing network of bases and outposts? Viewed on its own, Antelope Reef is simply another reclaimed island in the South China Sea. But military infrastructure is rarely built to operate alone. Over the past decade, China has developed a network of outposts across the South China Sea. each serving a different role. Some function as administrative centers. Others have deep water harbors, airfields, radar installations, communication systems, or logistics facilities. In the Paracel Islands, Woody Island has become China's main administrative and military hub, with a runway, port facilities, and permanent infrastructure. Farther south, in the Spratly Islands, Fiery Cross Reef, Subi Reef, and Mischief Reef have each been transformed into large artificial islands equipped with airstrips, harbors, and extensive support facilities. Now, Antelope Reef appears to be joining that network. Rather than replacing existing outposts, it strengthens them. Ships operating in the region gain another place to refuel and resupply. Aircraft and helicopters have another staging point. Radar and communication systems can extend coverage across a wider area. Maintenance and logistics can also be spread across multiple locations instead of relying on a single base. In military planning, this is often called a distributed support network. The goal isn't simply to build more bases, it's to connect them in ways that improve endurance, resilience, and operational flexibility. The Lowy Institute has described developments like these as another node in a distributed architecture designed to sustain presence. In other words, every new outpost makes the entire network stronger, allowing China to maintain a more continuous presence across a vast maritime region. Whether supporting Coast Guard patrols, naval operations, search and rescue missions, or other government activities, each island becomes more valuable when it's connected to the others. That's why many analysts see Antelope Reef as more than just another construction project. They see it as another link in China's expanding network of strategic outposts across the South China Sea. But while Beijing sees that network as strengthening its position, many of its neighbors see something very different. So why has Antelope Reef sparked concern across the region? The answer depends on who's looking at Antelope Reef. For China, the reef is part of the Paracel Islands, which Beijing has controlled since 1974. Chinese officials maintain that construction is taking place within territory under China's administration and argue that developing infrastructure there is a matter of national sovereignty and domestic jurisdiction. Vietnam sees it very differently. Hanoi also claims sovereignty over the Paracel Islands and has repeatedly protested China's construction activities in the area. Vietnamese officials describe the reclamation work as illegal, arguing that it violates Vietnam's sovereignty and further complicates disputes in the South China Sea.
Now, Vietnam lays claim to the entire Paracel Island group under its extended exclusive economic zone. Its foreign ministry responded to a journalist's question about China's island building like this. Vietnam has ample historical evidence and legal grounds to affirm our sovereignty over the Paracel Islands, including Antelope Reef. In accordance with international law, any foreign activities conducted there without Vietnam's permission are completely illegal and invalid.
The Philippines isn't a claimant to the Paracel Islands. Even so, Manila is watching developments closely. Philippine officials and security analysts often view new Chinese infrastructure through the broader lens of regional security. Their concern is that every additional outpost could improve China's ability to sustain operations across the South China Sea, including in areas much closer to the Philippines, where maritime disputes remain active. For the United States and several of its partners, the issue goes beyond competing territorial claims. Washington has consistently stated that it takes no position on the sovereignty of individual land features. At the same time, it has repeatedly expressed concern about actions that could increase tensions, change the status quo, or affect freedom of navigation and overflight in one of the world's busiest maritime regions. Other regional claimants, including Malaysia and Taiwan, also have interests in the South China Sea, although their claims do not extend to the Paracel Islands in the same way as those of China and Vietnam. Together, these overlapping claims make the South China Sea one of the world's most complex maritime disputes. The result is that the very same construction project is viewed through completely different lenses. To Beijing, it's infrastructure development on territory under its control. To Vietnam, it's construction on disputed territory. To many other governments, it's another development that could reshape the region's long-term strategic balance. But military competition is only part of the story. Beneath the surface, another debate is unfolding, one that isn't about ships or aircraft, but about the coral reefs themselves. To understand why Antelope Reef has attracted so much attention, we need to look back. Between 2013 and 2017, China carried out one of the largest land reclamation campaigns in modern history. Using giant dredging vessels, it transformed several reefs in the Spratly Islands into large artificial islands with deep water harbors, airfields, radar systems, and other permanent infrastructure. The scale of that campaign was so extensive that some analysts called it the Great Wall of Sand. Then the pace slowed. For several years, no new reclamation projects appeared on a comparable scale. Construction continued on existing outposts, but the rapid creation of entirely new artificial islands seemed to have paused. That's one reason Antelope Reef has caught so many analysts by surprise. Its size and speed resemble China's earlier reclamation campaign far more than the smaller construction projects seen in recent years. Although Beijing has not announced a new island building program, the scale of activity at Antelope Reef has prompted analysts to ask whether another phase may now be underway. China, however, is not the only country expanding its presence. In recent years, Vietnam has also accelerated land reclamation at several features it occupies in the Spratly Islands, enlarging existing outposts and improving infrastructure. While these projects remain smaller than China's earlier reclamation campaign, they reflect a broader regional trend. Multiple claimants are investing in stronger, more permanent facilities. That suggests the competition in the South China Sea is evolving. Instead of relying only on naval patrols or diplomatic protests, countries are increasingly strengthening the infrastructure that supports their long-term presence at sea. Whether Antelope Reef marks the beginning of another major reclamation campaign remains uncertain, but it does suggest that island building is once again becoming an important part of strategic competition in the South China Sea. And that raises one final question. If countries continue expanding their presence across the region, what could the South China Sea look like in the years ahead? No one knows exactly what Antelope Reef will look like 5 or 10 years from now. But based on the current pace of construction and broader regional trends, analysts generally point to 3 realistic possibilities. The first scenario is the simplest. Construction continues. More land is reclaimed, additional facilities are completed, and the island gradually develops into a fully operational outpost. Given the scale of work already visible in satellite imagery, this remains the most immediate and likely short-term outcome. The second scenario is that Antelope Reef becomes another permanent operational hub. As infrastructure expands, the island could support a wider range of activities, including logistics, Coast Guard operations, communications, maritime surveillance, and other government functions. Analysts also note that larger reclaimed areas provide greater flexibility for additional infrastructure in the future, although exactly how the island develops remains uncertain. The third scenario goes beyond the island itself. Every new outpost influences how other countries respond. Vietnam may continue strengthening the facilities it already occupies. The Philippines is likely to deepen security cooperation with its allies while increasing patrols in areas where it has competing maritime claims. The United States and its partners may also expand freedom of navigation operations, joint military exercises, and capacity-building initiatives across the region. In other words, the long-term impact of Antelope Reef may not be measured only by what is built there. It may also be measured by how the rest of the region responds. The South China Sea has always been shaped by geography. Today, it is increasingly being shaped by engineering, infrastructure, and strategic competition. And that leads to one final thought. For centuries, reefs in the South China Sea were little more than hazards for passing ships. Today, they have become some of the most strategically important pieces of real estate in the Indo-Pacific. Antelope Reef is more than just another construction project. It's a reminder that in today's world, geography is no longer entirely fixed. Through engineering and technology, countries can reshape the physical landscape, and with it, the strategic choices available to them. Whether Antelope Reef ultimately becomes a logistics hub, a Coast Guard facility, or something more, its transformation reflects a broader reality. Competition in the South China Sea is no longer shaped only by maps, diplomacy, or naval patrols. It is increasingly being shaped by the infrastructure built on the water itself. The South China Sea isn't changing because the sea itself has changed. It's changing because the reefs are. And every reef transformed today reshapes the strategic choices of tomorrow. What happens when the world's busiest trade highway turns into a naval chessboard? That's the question hanging heavy over Asia right now. In the
While this is not a cause for alarm, it is not also a reason for us to be prepared for them to tow away BRP Sierra Madre. It will take more than a tugboat to pull out BRP Sierra Madre.
The sun is dying over the South China Sea. Orange, crimson, the kind of sunset that makes you forget the world has a dark side. But look past the beauty, past the stillness of that ancient reef, and you'll see it. A ghost ship, rusting, listing, barely alive. And around it, dozens of shadows, circling, waiting. This is the most dangerous square mile on Earth right now. That rusted hulk has a name, BRP Sierra Madre, 81 years old. Built for World War II. Deliberately run aground on Second Thomas Shoal by the Philippines in 1999, not by accident, but by design. Inside her corroding hull, Philippine Marines eat rations, collect rainwater, and watch the horizon, surrounded by one of the most sophisticated maritime pressure campaigns the modern world has ever seen. It is a siege, 21st century style. And the weapon isn't gunpowder, it's presence. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Sun Tzu. If the moves being made right now in the South China Sea keep you up at night, you're in the right place. This channel is where geopolitics stops being noise and starts making sense. Stay locked in. In 1999, Manila had no money to build a base on Second Thomas Shoal. No political will to spark a confrontation. So they did something audacious. They parked a ship. The BRP Sierra Madre was deliberately grounded in the shallows. 14 Marines boarded. Their mission, stay. Prove the Philippines is here. That was 25 years ago. The ship has been rusting ever since. And China has never accepted it. Geography is the most fundamental factor in the foreign policy of states. Robert D. Kaplan. In 2016, an international arbitral tribunal confirmed what geography already knew. Second Thomas Shoal sits squarely inside the Philippines' 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. The tribunal further ruled that China's sweeping 9-dash line, covering nearly 90% of the South China Sea, had no basis in international law. China's response? They rejected the ruling entirely, didn't debate it, didn't acknowledge it, just continued.
地区的和平稳定，亚太是世界。
China operates 3 maritime forces: the PLA Navy, the Coast Guard, and a third force most people have never heard of, the People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia. They look like fishing boats. They fly no military flag. But make no mistake, they are soldiers at sea. Up from 232 in 2024, up from 195 in 2023. The fleet grows every year. The presence tightens every year. And the world keeps scrolling. A May 2025 U.S. Congressional Research Service report was blunt. The PAFMM is the leading component of China's maritime forces for asserting its maritime claims, particularly in the South China Sea. In peacetime, they advance territorial claims. In wartime, they support combat operations, providing reconnaissance, creating obstacles, overwhelming adversaries. Command of the sea is the chief among the merely material elements in the power and prosperity of nations. Alfred Thayer Mahan. Mahan wrote that in 1890. Beijing took notes. But 241 boats a day is just the average. What happened on Christmas Day 2025 stopped satellite analysts cold. December 25th, 2025. While the world was distracted, 2,000 Chinese fishing vessels quietly stopped fishing. They formed up, 2 parallel lines, each stretching 460 kilometers across the East China Sea, the shape of an inverted L-perfect military geometry. Then it happened again on January 11th, 2026, 1,400 vessels locked into a rectangular formation stretching over 320 kilometers, so dense that cargo ships had to divert or zigzag through. One satellite analyst said it simply: in nature, you don't see straight lines like that.
It does not mean the South China Sea is becoming any safer. Quite the opposite. As Southeast Asian claimants have realized that Beijing is unable to stop their activities in gray zone methods alone, they have brought themselves into more and more frequent interactions with the CCG and militia.
A MTI director Gregory Poling wrote in the New York Times, these formations appear designed to test large-scale civilian vessel assembly in a future crisis, perhaps in support of a quarantine, blockade, or other forms of pressure. In 2013, Chinese Air Force Major General Zhang Zhaozhong went on television and described publicly exactly how China would handle Second Thomas Shoal. He called it the cabbage strategy. Wrap the target in layers, fishing boats inside, Coast Guard beyond them, Navy ships on the outer ring, layer by layer like cabbage leaves until nothing can get through. No shots fired, no invasion, just an ever-tightening perimeter. He said it in 2013. He wasn't predicting it. He was announcing it. Today, April 2026, the strategy is in full execution. A MT-1 satellite imagery documents the formation around 2nd Thomas Shoal, Coast Guard vessels on permanent station, dozens of militia boats, fast intercept craft, aerial surveillance drones overhead.
At their level, they focus more on the more dangerous illegal actions, like the water cannon, or nudging, or very close maneuvers by bigger ships than what we need.
In August 2025, a 1,500-ton Ellen Navy tugboat was spotted just 5 nautical miles from the Sierra Madre.
While this is not a cause for alarm, it is not also a reason for us to be prepared for them to tow away BRP Sierra Madre. It will take more than a tugboat to pull out BRP Sierra Madre. Our assessment is that this is more for their own use in the event that they would need a tugboat to pull out any of the ships that would run aground in the shallow portion of Ayungin Shoal.
Philippine Navy Rear Admiral Roy Vicente Trinidad was direct. There are already rules of engagement and contingency plans in place for any eventuality. President Marcos drew the line, it will take more than a tugboat to pull out BRP Sierra Madre.
We owe it to the men and women in the front lines to provide them with the appropriate support that they need, especially food and other important supplies.
Great powers are always on the lookout for opportunities to gain power at the expense of rivals. John Mearsheimer, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, 2001. Sieges have one logic: cut the supply line. Don't fight the garrison, just wait. The Sierra Madre can't survive without resupply. Food, water, medicine, fuel. Everything arrives by sea, threading a gauntlet of Chinese ships every single time. Since a fragile July 2024 provisional understanding between Manila and Beijing, the Philippines completed 13 resupply missions through March 4th, 2026, roughly one every 6 weeks.
So we have noticed that for every, I mentioned earlier, there is a change in their actions. There are no coercive and aggressive actions being conducted by the Coast Guard, Chinese Coast Guard, and the PLA Navy against our ships from the Coast Guard, PFAR, Navy, and our aircraft.
Philippine officials say they have proceeded without dangerous physical confrontations. But no confrontation doesn't mean no pressure. In November 2025, during the 12th resupply mission, Chinese vessels jammed all communications in the area, blinding U.S. drone surveillance overhead. The mission only proceeded because USS Nimitz was conducting joint exercises nearby. China backed off. Slightly. That time. The most violent moment came on June 17, 2024, when Chinese Coast Guard forces used what the Lowy Institute called melee weapons against Philippine personnel. A Philippine Navy sailor was injured. The region held its breath. Politics is a struggle for power. Whatever the ultimate aims of international politics, power is always the immediate aim. Hans Morgenthau, Politics Among Nations, 1948. The BRP Sierra Madre was built in 1944. She is not just old, she is decomposing. Rust spreads through her hull like a slow infection. Each typhoon season accelerates it. Maintenance is nearly impossible under permanent Chinese surveillance. If the ship collapses, the Philippines loses its legal foothold without a single missile fired. Not because of an invasion, because of gravity, because of rust, because the patience of a great power outlasted the integrity of steel. The size of China's displacement of the world balance is such that the world must find a new balance. This is the biggest player in the history of the world. Lee Kuan Yew, 2007. Lee Kuan Yew wasn't talking about one reef. He was talking about this, a civilization that thinks in centuries, not election cycles. The Sierra Madre is one move in a game that spans generations. The South China Sea is not just a body of water. It is the economic jugular of the modern world. $3 trillion in global trade flows through the South China Sea annually. 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas beneath these waters. 17 billion barrels of proven and probable oil reserves. 50% of all global maritime commerce passes through here. Whoever controls the sea controls everything. Alfred Tyre Mahan, 1890. The United States has responded, USS Nimitz, joint exercises, repeated declarations that the U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty applies to the South China Sea. But here is the brutal reality. Carriers deter war. They don't stop a Coast Guard vessel blocking a supply boat. They don't stop communications jamming. They don't stop rust. This is precisely why gray zone warfare is so effective. It wins in the space where carrier groups can't operate. China's goal has never been subtle. Their officials have stated it repeatedly. Remove the BRP Sierra Madre. Vacate the reef. Legitimize the sovereignty claim through Philippine withdrawal, not by force, by fatigue. The July 2024 provisional arrangement wasn't goodwill, it was patience in diplomatic clothing. AMTI noted in March 2026 that while confrontations have reduced, China maintains permanent monitoring and control around the shoal. Navy, Coast Guard, militia, always on overwatch. The message embedded in that presence never changes. We are here. We are not leaving. And eventually, you will leave. This is what strategists call salami slicing, not one bold aggressive act that triggers a response, but thousands of tiny provocations, each below the threshold of war, cumulatively reshaping reality. "270 incidents in 13 years, each one a millimeter of sovereignty lost." If the Sierra Madre falls, voluntarily or structurally, China doesn't need to declare victory. The reef is simply empty. The precedent is set, and every other claimant, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, watches and calculates. That is the domino. And it doesn't fall with a bang. It falls with a whisper. The BRP Sierra Madre will not be saved by a Navy SEAL operation or a declaration of war. If it survives at all, it will be saved by something far harder to manufacture than firepower. Will. The will to keep sending supply boats through a wall of Chinese ships, week after week, year after year. The will to stay. "14 Marines on a decomposing ship, surrounded by 241 Chinese vessels a day, sitting above $3 trillion in annual trade. On a reef that may determine who leads the 21st century. This is not a local dispute. This is the frontier of the world order. China and America will inevitably compete for influence, but if handled with wisdom, this competition need not become confrontation. Lee Kuan Yew, 2013. The sun rises every morning over 2nd Thomas Shoal. Beautiful. Crimson. Gold. And somewhere in that glow, 14 men eat their rations, watch the horizon, and wait for a supply boat to come through. While around them, the cabbage closes, one leaf at a time. Picture three things happening on the same day. U.S. Navy and Army transport ships anchored at Subic Bay in the Philippines in an unusual pattern at a facility that America has not officially used in over 30 years. At Scarborough Shoal, a piece of water that China has aggressively guarded for over a decade, Chinese patrol vessels went unusually quiet. And a Vietnamese armed vessel was tracked near Fiery Cross Reef, China's most fortified military installation in the South China Sea. Read any one of those stories alone, and it looks like a routine maritime update. But read all three together, and something much bigger comes into focus. This was not three separate events. This was one moment. And that moment is telling us something important about who actually holds leverage in the South China Sea right now. Start with Subic Bay, because it is the anchor of this whole story. For most of the Cold War, Subic Bay was the largest American naval base in all of Asia. Ships were repaired there. Sailors were stationed there. It was the hub of U.S. power projection across the entire Pacific. Then, in 1992, the U.S. left. The Philippine Senate voted not to renew the base agreement, and after 100 years of American presence, the flag came down. Subic Bay became a commercial port, a free port zone. History, or so it seemed. In March 2026, U.S. Army soldiers from the 25th Infantry Division and local partners were photographed offloading trucks and helicopters from a military Sealift Command vessel directly onto the docks at Subic Bay. The equipment went straight into Agila Subic, a 300-hectare complex owned by an American investment firm called Cerberus Capital Management, sitting right across the bay. This was not a routine port call. The Army contracted private security to guard what its own documents called, and this is a direct quote from official contract records, sensitive military assets expected to remain staged at Subic between 2026 and 2027. At the same time, the Marine Corps quietly leased a 57,000 square foot warehouse at the former Naval Supply Depot. The U.S. Navy issued solicitation documents for a climate-controlled facility near Subic large enough to make it, if built, the biggest American prepositioning site anywhere in the Pacific since the Cold War. Bigger than the Marine Corps' largest stockpile in Norway. Let that land for a second. Here is the thing most people get wrong when they see transport ships. They look for the missiles. They look for the destroyers and the carrier strike groups. That is what war looks like on television. But before any of that can happen, before a single fighter jet launches or a single Marine unit deploys, you need supply chains. You need fuel, spare parts, ammunition, vehicles, maintenance equipment. You need somewhere to offload all of it, stage it, and move it forward quickly. That is what transport ships and logistics warehouses actually mean. They do not signal a fight that is starting. They signal the capacity to sustain a fight if one comes.
Everybody works together to get, the mission accomplished, and that mission was to show that we're capable of, offloading gear and equipment, rolling stock from the ship onto shore.
Scarborough Shoal, the contested feature that China has controlled since 2012, sits just 30 nautical miles from Subic Bay. That is not an accident of geography. That is the entire point. Now here is where the story gets interesting, because the most important thing that happened at Scarborough Shoal during this period was not what China did. It was what China stopped doing. To understand why that matters, you need to know what Scarborough has looked like for the past year. In May 2026, AFP monitoring confirmed 36 Chinese vessels, 19 of them near Scarborough Shoal alone, operating across 4 key West Philippine Sea features in a single week. In the first week of January, there were 41 Chinese ships and boats across those same 4 features. The Philippine Navy described the trend clearly: increased presence from the China Navy, the Coast Guard, and the Maritime Militia. In April 2026, satellite imagery showed China had installed a 352-meter floating barrier across the lagoon entrance at Scarborough. 6 Maritime Militia vessels were inside the lagoon, 3 more blocking the entrance from outside, and a naval or Coast Guard ship was parked just beyond. Filipino fishermen, whose families have fished those waters for generations, could not get through. This was the pattern: aggressive, persistent, grinding, water cannons, barriers, blocking maneuvers. China's Coast Guard even collided with China's Navy destroyer while chasing a Philippine vessel in August 2025, and still the pressure continued. Then, in late May, something shifted. From May 26 to 30, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter joined the Philippine Navy frigate Burp Antonio Luna and a Philippine Coast Guard vessel for a maritime patrol that brought them within 35 to 40 nautical miles of Scarborough Shoal. It was the first time a U.S. Coast Guard ship had ever joined Philippine forces for this kind of cooperative patrol at that proximity to the shoal. This is also the same period in which the Philippine Defense Secretary publicly confirmed at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore that the Philippines had received again. His words, raw information indicating that China may have already begun placing structures at Scarborough.
South China Sea activities, sea encounters. Once again, we are smaller countries. It would be foolhardy for us to initiate encounters, particularly in areas where we know, because we resort to legal means, we have no right to be in. Unfortunately, once again, the encounters are caused by an occupant without any right.
The same feature. The feature China declared a national nature reserve last year, a designation that every analyst watching the South China Sea recognized as the same legal groundwork Beijing used before turning submerged reefs into military islands. China looked at all of this: the U.S. logistics buildup at Subic, the U.S. Coast Guard patrolling near its contested shoal, the international spotlight at Shangri-La, and its patrol vessels went quiet. Beijing does not retreat without calculation. It never has, buying time and goodwill while quietly moving ahead with construction, or a tactical pause ahead of a different move. The Philippine military noted it plainly. After the U.S. Philippine patrol concluded, the China Southern Theater Command announced it had held combat readiness exercises around Scarborough. The app checked the data and said there was no evidence of any synchronized exercise taking place. The announcement was the message, not the activity. The absence of China's Coast Guard in that window is not reassurance. It is a chess move. Now bring in the third piece of this puzzle: Fiery Cross Reef. China built it, dredged it up from a submerged rock, paved a 3,000-meter runway on it, installed anti-ship and anti-aircraft missile batteries, underground storage tunnels, hangars capable of sheltering 24 aircraft, radar systems, and a deep-water naval harbor. Vietnam claims it. Vietnam calls it theft. Vietnam has never forgotten that the last time its forces confronted China near Fiery Cross, at Johnson South Reef in 1988, 64 Vietnamese sailors were killed. So when Vietnam sends an armed vessel near Fiery Cross, it is not reckless. Vietnam is one of the most careful players in this sea. Hanoi does not do proximity operations near China's premier military installation out of impulse. It does them when the environment feels right. And the environment right now is quite different from what it was even a year ago. By August 2025, Vietnam had completed land reclamation on all 21 of its occupied outposts in the Spratly Islands. It built a new runway on Barkay Canada Reef long enough for military aircraft to land. It constructed 8 new harbors across the island chain. The CSIS Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative noted that Vietnam had created about 70% as much artificial land in the Spratlys as China, and was on pace to match or surpass it. An expert at Honolulu's Asia-Pacific Center for Security Studies put it clearly: the South China Sea is, in his words, an existential issue for Vietnam. 90% of Vietnam's exports to the world travel through these waters. Vietnam is not a bystander in this sea. It is a claimant that has been quietly building its position for years, and it moves when it senses the moment is right. A Vietnamese armed vessel near Fiery Cross Reef, in the same window that American logistics are massing at Subic Bay and Chinese Coast Guard vessels are pausing at Scarborough, is not coincidence. It is timing. Hanoi looked at the strategic picture and decided this was a moment to remind Beijing that Vietnam is present, watching, and not intimidated. Step back and look at all three together. American logistics depth at Subic Bay, Chinese patrol activity pausing at Scarborough, Vietnamese proximity operations near Fiery Cross. 3 separate governments, 3 separate decisions, made without coordination, but all 3 reading the same shift and all 3 moving accordingly. That is what a real power shift looks like. Not a battle, not a treaty, not a summit, just behavior changing. Because behavior always follows capability. There is an important context here that is easy to miss. The Iran war pulled a U.S. carrier strike group away from the South China Sea. For a period, Beijing had more room to maneuver. China's militia fleet hit a record daily average of 241 boats operating in the South China Sea in 2025. The Chinese military declared a nature reserve at Scarborough, installed barriers, and escalated its Coast Guard operations. It looked, for a moment, like the space for challengers was shrinking. Then America moved differently. Not with a carrier, with transport ships, with warehouses, with a 10-year lease on facilities that the Navy's own documents say it will use through 2036. This is staying power. And staying power changes the calculation in ways that a carrier visit simply cannot. A carrier strike group passes through. Staying power is still there when the carrier is gone. Here is the question that nobody can answer with certainty yet, and it is the most important one. Is this the beginning of a new strategic baseline in the South China Sea? Or was this a single convergence, a rare alignment of events that will fade once the exercises end and the logistics cycle rotates home? The honest answer is, we do not know yet. History suggests caution. China has shown a consistent pattern in this sea. It retreats tactically. It watches the pressure ease. And then it advances again, quietly, incrementally, in ways that are hard to call out without looking like the aggressor. Every barrier removed has eventually been replaced. Every diplomatic pause has been followed by a new move. And China is not standing still. Satellite imagery from early 2026 shows that while American attention was partly drawn to the Middle East, China was still dredging, still building, still strengthening its presence across the Spratlys and Paracels. U.S. reconnaissance flights over the South China Sea dropped from 102 in January 2026 to 72 in February, a sharp fall that analysts linked directly to the demands of the Iran war. Beijing noticed that gap. Beijing always notices those gaps. But here is the other side of that argument. The warehouses at Agila Subic are real. The contracts run through 2027 with plans for a longer-term handover to the Army Sustainment Command. The Marine Corps Prepositioning Plan is a multi-year program. The U.S. Navy is seeking a 10-year lease on a facility near Subic larger than any American prepositioning stockpile in Europe. These are not things that pack up and sail away after an exercise concludes. They are infrastructure. And infrastructure, once built, reshapes the strategic landscape on a timeline that is much longer than any single deployment cycle. The American footprint at Subic Bay is not a visit, it is a return. The South China Sea has not changed hands. China still controls Scarborough Shoal. China still controls Fiery Cross. The 9-dash line is still on Beijing's maps, and China will not take it off. But for this moment, all three claimants read the same shift in the balance, and all three adjusted their behavior accordingly. That matters. Not because it resolved anything, but because it revealed something real about how power actually works in this region. It does not work through declarations. It works through logistic ships, anchoring in a bay 30 miles from the most contested shoal in Asia. It works through warehouses full of vehicles and equipment secured under armed guard. It works through a Vietnamese armed vessel choosing this particular week to sail near China's most fortified reef. The South China Sea does not announce its turning points. They happen quietly, in satellite imagery and shipping manifests and contract documents. And then, one day, you look at the map and something has shifted. If that kind of analysis is useful to you, subscribe to Indo-Pacific Report. We cover the moves that happen before the headlines do.
I must emphasize that the Philippines attaches great importance to this bilateral relationship with Indonesia, which will reach 77 years this year. Indonesia is not just the Philippines' close neighbor, it has long been a valued partner, friend, and brother.
While the world watches flashpoints, missile tests, naval standoffs, sanctions wars, the meetings that quietly reshape regional order rarely make the front page. On April 23, 2026, in Jakarta, one of those meetings took place. Indonesian Foreign Minister Sugiono and Philippine Foreign Affairs Secretary Teresa P.
I must emphasize that the Philippines attaches great importance to this bilateral relationship with Indonesia, which will reach 77 years this year. Indonesia is not just the Philippines' close neighbor, it has long been a valued partner, friend, and brother.
Lazaro sat across from each other at the 8th Indonesia-Philippines Joint Commission for Bilateral Cooperation and agreed to go deeper on economics, on security, on the future of their shared waters. No alliance was declared. No military pact was signed. But in today's Indo-Pacific, where sea lanes are contested, critical minerals are gaining value, and the global order is slowly shifting, this kind of quiet cooperation may ultimately matter more than dramatic summit meetings. These are two archipelagic nations bound by geography and by history. They share the same maritime spaces, they sit on some of the world's largest nickel reserves. Their fishermen sail the same seas, and their economic futures are increasingly tied to the same supply chains. What is now taking shape between them is not dramatic, but it is deliberate. It is the slow, careful construction of a partnership designed not for headlines, but for durability. Let us discuss this in detail. The most consequential decisions in geopolitics are rarely the loudest ones. Jakarta, April 23, 2026. 2 foreign ministers, 1 conference table, and an agenda that covered everything from digital payments to naval patrols. On the surface, the 8th Indonesia-Philippines Joint Commission for Bilateral Cooperation looked like routine diplomacy.
Today's JCBC demonstrates that Indonesia-Philippines relations continue to grow stronger and more strategic. Our strength lies in our unity, and Indonesia and the Philippines will continue to move forward together.
Indonesian Foreign Minister Sugiono and Philippine Foreign Affairs Secretary Teresa P. Lazaro met at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, working through a bilateral framework that has been running since 1995. No cameras chased them down the steps. No breaking news alerts followed. But the timing of this meeting tells a different story. It did not happen in a vacuum. It happened while Chinese vessels were once again operating near Philippine-controlled Second Thomas Shoal, a rusting warship deliberately grounded on a reef that has become the most visible symbol of Beijing's slow-motion maritime pressure campaign. It happened while Indonesia was maintaining reinforced patrols around the Natuna waters, where Chinese fishing fleets had repeatedly pushed into its exclusive economic zone in previous years. Both nations were feeling the same pressure, from the same direction. Jakarta and Manila were not sitting down to build a military alliance. That is not how Southeast Asian diplomacy works. What they were building is something quieter, and in many ways more durable, mutual maritime insurance. A relationship designed to make both countries harder to isolate, harder to pressure, and harder to ignore. The ground beneath this partnership is literally valuable. Indonesia produces over 50% of the world's nickel supply. The Philippines sits among the top 5 nickel exporters globally. Nickel is not just a metal, it is the backbone of electric vehicle batteries, energy storage systems, and an expanding range of defense electronics. As the world races toward an energy transition, the countries that control nickel supply chains control a critical lever of the global industrial economy. Western and Chinese companies are both scrambling to lock in supply. What Jakarta and Manila are now beginning to explore, coordinated mineral policy, could give them real pricing power and real negotiating leverage, not just as individual exporters, but as a combined force. In the emerging competition over who controls the raw materials of the clean energy future, these two nations sitting across a table in Jakarta may have more cards than most people realize.
Our meeting today reflects the strong partnership between Indonesia and the Philippines as close neighbors, fellow archipelagic countries, and as well as founding members of ASEAN.
When Foreign Minister Sugiono spoke at the joint press statement, he was direct. The goal of this bilateral cooperation is tangible benefit for ordinary people. That grounding matters, because the economic agreements reached at this JCBC had real structural weight. The two governments agreed to deepen local currency settlement mechanisms, moving bilateral trade further away from dollar dependency. Indonesia has already walked this road with Malaysia and Thailand, where local currency frameworks produced faster settlement times, lower transaction costs, and improved trade flows for small and medium businesses. Bringing the Philippines into this system is the next logical step, and a meaningful one. In an era where the US dollar is increasingly weaponized through sanctions and financial exclusion, ASEAN states that can settle trade in their own currencies gain, in simple words, that quietly strengthens their strategic autonomy. Alongside this, both nations agreed to harmonize cross-border QR payment systems, which will make tourism easier, retail trade smoother, and micro-enterprises participants in a genuinely regional economy rather than bystanders to it. Then there is nickel. Indonesia and the Philippines together represent a dominant share of global nickel supply, the mineral that sits at the heart of EV battery manufacturing energy storage, and defense electronics. Indonesia has already demonstrated how to convert raw resource wealth into industrial leverage. Its ban on unprocessed nickel exports forced a wave of downstream investment, building out smelters and battery manufacturing capacity at home. A coordinated approach between Jakarta and Manila could replicate and expand that logic, stabilizing global nickel markets, shaping pricing, and positioning the two countries as important partners for any multinational company trying to build a supply chain outside China's orbit. For Indonesia and the Philippines, the ocean is not a border, it is the country. Every major security threat, every trade route, every resource dispute runs through water. So, when both governments agreed to deepen maritime security cooperation, covering anti-smuggling, anti-piracy, fisheries enforcement, and maritime domain awareness, they were reinforcing the architecture that keeps their sovereign spaces intact. Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines have previously run joint patrols in the Sulu-Sulawesi seas, and the results were concrete. Piracy incidents declined significantly, and intelligence sharing between the three navies improved in ways that outlasted the patrols themselves. What Jakarta and Manila agreed to builds on exactly that experience. Alongside the security work, both governments also focused on border connectivity, specifically the cities of Manado, Bitung, Davao, and General Santos. These are the natural entry and exit points of the Mindanao-Sulawesi corridor, the sea route that connects eastern Indonesia to the southern Philippines. Indonesia has already invested heavily in Bitung as a regional hub port. Connecting that to Philippine ports at Davao and General Santos turns a historically quiet maritime lane into a working regional trade corridor. Of all the dimensions discussed at the Jakarta JCBC, this one is strategically important. The Philippines has been watching Indonesian defense manufacturing with growing interest, and for good reason. Indonesia's PT PAL shipyards have built and exported naval vessels across Southeast Asia, including landing platform docks and offshore patrol vessels, at price points and delivery timelines that Western suppliers rarely match. For Manila, procuring Indonesian-built platforms is a good budget decision. Regional defense procurement creates supply reliability, operational compatibility, and a form of strategic autonomy that dependence on distant suppliers cannot. Running alongside this is the quieter but equally important issue of continental shelf delimitation, the ongoing negotiation over overlapping maritime claims under international law. The 2014 Indonesia-Philippines EEZ agreement showed what is possible. When boundaries are clearly drawn, maritime law enforcement improves, resource disputes shrink, and the gray zones that generate friction disappear. Every nautical mile of clearly delimited shelf between these two nations is one less fault line available for exploitation. Both Indonesia and the Philippines believe in law over force, and that shared belief is not incidental, it is strategic.
The new government here in Manila is grappling with what might be called catastrophic success. What comes next is obviously going to be a delicate balancing act. It is a time for cool heads.
In 2016, an international arbitral tribunal ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines, finding that major elements of China's South China Sea claim, including its 9-dash line and land reclamation activities, were unlawful under international law. China rejected the ruling and has ignored it ever since. But Manila has not abandoned it. Under President Marcos, the Philippines has become more active in patrolling its waters and more aggressive in rallying international support for the ruling, more than tripling the number of governments publicly calling on Beijing to comply. Indonesia, meanwhile, has consistently upheld UNCLOS as the legal framework governing its own maritime claims around the Natuna waters. When these two states sit together and reaffirm international maritime law, they are not reciting diplomatic boilerplate. They are staking out a shared legal position, one that gives smaller and middle powers a tool to resist coercion that does not require matching China ship for ship. Alongside this, both governments address the human side of their bilateral relationship, the registration and legal documentation of persons of Filipino descent living in Indonesia. These are families, workers, and communities who have lived across this maritime border for generations. Getting their legal status right is quiet governance work, but it matters. It reduces stateless populations, improves labor protections, and builds the kind of people-to-people foundation that makes diplomatic partnerships resilient over time. The two ministers also stepped back from their bilateral agenda to speak about the wider world, and what they said reflected a coherent strategic worldview. On Myanmar, both governments emphasized the need for an inclusive political process to support long-term peace and regional stability. On the Middle East, Foreign Minister Sugiono stressed that Gulf stability is essential because any disruption there flows directly into ASEAN energy security, supply chains, and economic resilience. And both ministers affirmed that lasting peace requires justice for Palestine and a two-state solution. These are not random positions. They reflect the perspective of two nations that are deeply exposed to global instability, dependent on Gulf energy, reliant on open sea lanes, and invested in an ASEAN that remains coherent and relevant. When Jakarta and Manila speak in alignment on Myanmar, on the Middle East, and on the South China Sea, they are doing something important, demonstrating that ASEAN's two largest archipelagic states share not just geography, but a common reading of how the world works and what it needs. The Indonesia-Philippines partnership reaches far beyond two neighbors tightening ties. These two states straddle the most critical sea routes in Southeast Asia, hold more combined nickel supply than any other pair of nations on Earth, and anchor the maritime geography separating the Indian and Pacific Oceans. At the JCBC, Indonesia made its position clear. Jakarta welcomes the Nickel Alliance and intends to use it to build a resilient global supply chain. Philippine and Indonesian nickel industry bodies have already signed a formal partnership, building a regional supply chain corridor anchored in ASEAN-owned minerals development framework. Western and Chinese companies are racing to lock in battery material supply before the EV market matures. And Jakarta and Manila are not waiting to be courted. They are positioning themselves as the architects of a regional industrial axis that others will need to negotiate with. On the security side, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam now run the most operationally grounded security coordination in ASEAN, daily Coast Guard cooperation that keeps expanding in scope and depth. Over the next decade, watch for the quiet indicators that signal this partnership is maturing. Joint patrols expanding in frequency, maritime surveillance networks merging across the two archipelagos, Philippine armed forces operating Indonesian-built platforms. From Davao to Manado, and nickel processing corridors turning raw resource wealth into genuine industrial power. None of this will make breaking news. That is exactly the point. Indonesia and the Philippines are not building a military alliance for cameras, they are building something more valuable. A functional strategic partnership designed to survive shifting great power dynamics, outlast electoral cycles, and deepen regardless of who sits in Washington or Beijing. They control the sea lanes. They hold the minerals. They share the waters. And meeting by meeting, agreement by agreement, they are turning that shared geography into shared power.
The Balikatan Exercises 2026 successfully conducted a maritime strike targeting the retired Philippine Navy vessel VRP Quezon. This marks the first ever firing of missiles from Japan's Type 88 surface-to-ship missile system in the drill.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. He welcomes Japan's policy shift to allow, in principle, the export of lethal weapons and notes the Japan-Philippine relationship has entered a new phase.
For 80 years, Japan kept a promise. After World War II, the country put down its weapons. It built cars, not warships. It exported electronics, not missiles. Pacifism was written into the law and stitched into the national identity. Then on May 6, 2026, that promise quietly broke. From a sandy stretch of beach in northern Luzon, a Japanese launcher fired 2 missiles into the South China Sea. 6 minutes later, a former Philippine Navy ship, once an American World War II vessel, broke apart and sank beneath the waves. It was the first time Japan had fired an offensive missile from foreign soil since 1945. And it happened in the Philippines. This was not a mistake. It was not a sudden burst of aggression. It was a message, one being heard from Manila to Tokyo to Beijing. Japan and the Philippines are no longer just trading partners. They are becoming military allies. And the entire balance of power in the Indo-Pacific is shifting because of it.
We do not canalize the area, but insofar as we have convergence with our like-minded partners, this is our share and helping us to put in, to punch with our own weight in defending ourselves and to contributing to regional peace and stability.
The story really begins one day earlier on May 5, 2026, in Manila. Japanese Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi sat across from Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr. at a press conference. Both men looked relaxed, but the agreement they announced would change the course of Asian security. The two countries set up a new working group to plan the transfer of Japanese warships and aircraft to the Philippines, including Japan's Abukuma-class destroyers and TC-90 patrol planes. We agreed to move forward with discussions aimed at realizing comprehensive equipment cooperation with a view to the early transfer of Abukuma-class destroyers and TC-90 aircraft.
Under this new framework for the transfer of defense equipment, Secretary Teodoro and I signed statement on the further promotion of defense equipment and technology cooperation with a view to the early transfer of Abukuma-class destroyers and TC-90 aircraft, as well as other defense equipment.
Shinjiro Koizumi, Japanese Defense Minister then Teodoro, shared something even bigger. The destroyers, he said, would not be sold. They would be given away. The transfer is a giveaway. Gilberto Teodoro Jr., Philippine Defense Secretary, that single line marked a turning point. Japan was no longer just talking about defense cooperation. It was actually putting warships in friendly hands.
And it's fundamental not only for Japan, but also for us and internally within us too, and other initiatives that we talked about earlier. We thank Japan once again. Its review of the 3 principles on the transfer of defense equipment and technology and its implementing guidelines. And we were very happy to work with Japan.
For decades, Japan's constitution and export rules made deals like this impossible. After World War II, Japan adopted strict rules against selling weapons overseas. The country could only export things like uniforms, gas masks, and rescue equipment. Anything that could kill, destroyers, missiles, fighter jets, was off the table. Then on April 21, 2026, everything changed. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's cabinet approved a major policy shift. Japan's new rules now allow the export of lethal weapons to 17 trusted partner countries, including the Philippines. Fighter jets, missiles, destroyers, all now on the table. China was the first to react. Beijing warned of moves towards militarism in Tokyo.
近期，高氏政权大力发展军工产业，现在又公然宣称为长期战争，是不是要重蹈历史覆辙，在再军事化的道路上狂飙突进，再次成为东亚的货源？
But for Manila, the new rules opened a door it had been waiting to walk through. This was not a one-off move. Japan had been preparing for this moment for years. In 2014, Tokyo first eased its decades-old export rules and began sending non-lethal supplies. In December 2023, it allowed the sale of certain lethal weapons built under license back to the original makers, such as the United States. The April 2026 change was the final step, and the biggest. The Abukuma-class destroyer escorts are not new. They were built between 1989 and 1993. Japan is retiring them. But for the Philippine Navy, they are a huge upgrade. Each ship is about 109 meters long. It weighs around 2,000 tonnes and carries a crew of about 120 sailors. The vessels are armed with torpedoes, Type 90 anti-ship missiles, a 76 EME OT or Malara gun, and phalanx air defense systems. They can hit speeds of 27 knots. 6 ships are involved. For Manila, this is the kind of jump that takes most countries a decade to make. The Philippine Navy today is small. Many of its ships are old patrol boats with light weapons. By comparison, China's Navy is now the largest in the world. It operates more than 400 vessels, including aircraft carriers, modern destroyers, and submarines. The math is brutal. That is why even older Japanese destroyers matter. They give the Philippines more eyes on the sea, more firepower in disputed waters, and, most importantly, more reasons for an opponent to think twice. But the destroyers were only half the story. On May 6, 2026, just one day after the press conference, Japanese soldiers stood on the Kulili Point sand dunes in Pauay, Ilocos Norte. A 6-wheeled launcher carried a Type 88 surface-to-ship missile. The target was about 75 kilometers away in the South China Sea. At 10:30 a.m., the launcher fired 2 missiles. 6 minutes later, the BRP Quezon, a decommissioned Philippine Navy vessel originally built in 1944 as the U.S. minesweeper USS Vigilance, was hit and sank. Around 70 Japanese personnel ran the missile crew that day. Watching from the stands were Defense Minister Koizumi and Secretary Teodoro. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. observed the exercise from military headquarters in Quezon City.
That has been to the advantage, certainly, of the Philippines, and we are very grateful for Japan's continuing help and support in terms of our modernization of our military.
The Type 88 is not new. Built by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, it has been in Japanese service for more than 35 years. It carries a 225-kilogram high-explosive warhead and has a range of about 180 kilometers. Each truck-mounted launcher holds 6 missiles. Until May 2026, no Type 88 had ever been fired outside Japan. History buffs noticed something painful in the moment. The USS Vigilance had fought against Japan during World War II. 80 years later, a Japanese missile sank what was left of her, this time with Filipino allies cheering on the shore. It is the first time that the Japanese tested their Type 88. We have seen how it works, and we can interoperate it in the future. It is something we should integrate in the future. Secretary Teodoro to reporters at Pauay that single live fire was Japan's first overseas firing of an offensive missile since the end of World War II.
Insofar as we have convergence with our like-minded partners, this is our share and helping us to punch with our own weight in defending ourselves and to contributing to regional peace and stability.
The missile firing was part of Balikatan 2026, the largest joint exercise hosted by the Philippines in decades. The numbers were enormous: 17,000 personnel from 7 countries, about 10,000 American troops, 1,400 Japanese personnel. Japan's first time as a full combat participant forces from Australia, Canada, France, and New Zealand also joined. Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder in Tagalog. In 2026, the phrase finally lived up to its name. Canada, France, and New Zealand joined active drills for the first time. The exercise was not only about ships and missiles, it was about geography. The drills took place in northern Luzon and Palawan, two of the most strategic spots on the planet right now. Ilocos Norte sits roughly 400 kilometers south of Taiwan. It overlooks the Luzon Strait, the main sea corridor that Chinese ships use to enter the Pacific Ocean. If conflict ever broke out over Taiwan, the Luzon Strait would matter. A lot. Japanese, American, Filipino, and Canadian forces practiced exactly the kind of fight that could happen there, sinking enemy ships before they ever reach friendly waters. This is what military planners call anti-access, area denial. In plain English, making the cost of crossing the line too high to bear. China's reaction came fast and bitter. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian called the Type 88 firing proof of neo-militarism in Japan. He pointed to the 80th anniversary of the Tokyo war crimes trials and accused Tokyo of failing to reflect on its past. This is yet another example of the Japanese right-wing forces' push for accelerated remilitarization of Japan. Some of their policies and moves have gone far beyond the scope of self-defense. Lin Jian, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson then, he added a line that struck nerves in Manila. Japan once invaded and imposed colonial rule over the Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries, and thus shoulder grave historical responsibilities.
正是基于日本的侵略历史，为防范日本军国主义死灰复燃，开罗宣言、波茨坦公告和日本投降书等一系列具有充分国际法效力的文件，明确规定，日本应完全解除武装，不得维持能使其重新武装的产业。日本的宪法对本国军力、交战权、战争权也作出严格的限制。
History is real. The Japanese occupation of the Philippines from 1941 to 1945 was brutal. The Bataan Death March, the Manila Massacre, and the suffering of comfort women left deep wounds. Roughly 1 million Filipino civilians died during World War II. But Manila was not going to be lectured by Beijing. On May 8, Secretary Teodoro responded with rare directness. It's surprising coming from China, a dictatorship whose military suppresses its own people, and then they use improper references to history while hiding what they themselves are doing. Secretary Teodoro, he added that China had no business commenting on what happens in the Philippines, and that Beijing should focus on its own backyard instead.
If any country is worried about our defense engagements and resilience, it's because they have a bad intention and a bad motive to begin with. And we cannot discount the fact that whatever reason, we have an arbitral award, which is already part of the law of the land.
It was one of the strongest verbal exchanges between Manila and Beijing in months, and it captured the new reality. The Philippines is no longer hedging. It is choosing, and choosing fast. For years, Manila tried balancing between Washington and Beijing. But constant incidents in the West Philippine Sea, water cannons, blockades, dangerous maneuvers near Second Thomas Shoal pushed the Marcos government toward stronger partnerships with traditional allies. Now those partnerships are real. The Japan-Philippines Reciprocal Access Agreement, ratified on September 11, 2025, made the May missile firing legally possible. American troops have more access under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Joint patrols are increasing every month. For ordinary Filipinos and Japanese, this all sounds far away. But it is not. Filipino fishermen still face harassment near contested shoals. Japanese ships still encounter Chinese vessels near the Senkaku Islands. Every close call carries the risk of a wider crisis. One mistake, one collision, one bad signal. That is why countries across the region are getting ready, not for war, but for the kind of strength that prevents one. Japan is leading what may be the biggest shift in its post-war defense policy. The Philippines is moving faster than ever to modernize its navy. Together, they are doing something that would have seemed impossible 20 years ago, building a real military partnership between former occupier and former occupied, one based on shared interests, not old wounds. The transfer of Abukuma destroyers and TC-90 aircraft still needs technical work, legal arrangements, training programs, and maintenance plans. There will be challenges. The Philippine Navy mostly uses South Korean platforms today, so integrating Japanese vessels will take effort. But the political direction is locked in. Tokyo is exporting destroyers, missiles, and surveillance systems. Manila is building bases, joining exercises, and signing access agreements. Washington is backing both. China is watching every move. The first island chain, that long curve of islands stretching from Japan to Taiwan to the Philippines, is no longer just geography. It is becoming a wall of allies, a wall of ships, a wall of missiles. And on a sunny morning in May 2026, on a beach in northern Luzon, that wall fired its first shot. The world heard it, and Asia will never quite be the same.
菲方在涉台问题上不断采取错误挑衅言行，严重违反国际关系基本准则和在涉台问题上所作承诺。
Any attempt to expand military cooperation in areas surrounding Taiwan will be met with firm opposition. A spokesperson from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China warned just days ago. And now here we are. Because the Philippines, long seen as a frontline state in the South China Sea, is reportedly considering deeper security coordination with Taiwan.
We cooperate with as many nations as we can. You know, we're closest to Taiwan, and we can accommodate others. But these are contingency plans. As military, as an armed forces, we have to be prepared for anything, for any possible scenario.
Naval transits through the Luzon Strait, possible joint patrol discussions, quiet conversations that are not so quiet anymore. Let's pause for a second. What happens when two of Asia's most combustible flashpoints, the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, start overlapping? This isn't just another routine defense dialogue. This feels different. The Luzon Strait, that narrow stretch of water between northern Philippines and Taiwan, has always been strategically important. But lately it feels like it's becoming the hinge of the entire Indo-Pacific chessboard. I keep thinking about geography, how sometimes a simple line on the map can change the fate of nations. Batanes is just a few hundred kilometers from Taiwan. Close enough that in a crisis, distance almost stops mattering. For years, Manila focused on the South China Sea disputes. Scarborough Shoal, Second Thomas Shoal, constant maritime standoffs with Chinese vessels. Now, if cooperation with Taipei moves forward, the Philippines would no longer be dealing with just one pressure point. It would be stepping into the Taiwan equation too. And that equation is far more explosive. On paper, this can be framed as defensive preparedness. It makes sense in one way. The Philippines wants contingency planning. It wants to avoid being caught off guard if conflict erupts near its northern waters. That's rational. Any sovereign state would think the same. But strategy isn't just about logic. It's about perception. Beijing views Taiwan as a core interest, not just another territorial issue, but a red line tied to sovereignty and national identity. The moment Manila is seen coordinating militarily with Taipei, even under the banner of humanitarian drills or maritime safety, the optics shift. The Philippines stops being just a South China Sea claimant. It becomes part of the Taiwan deterrence architecture. And that's a serious escalation. I can't help but think about how quickly tensions have already been rising. Water cannon incidents, close naval encounters, public accusations. Add Taiwan into that mix, and the security environment doesn't just become tense, it becomes layered. More actors, more miscalculations, more room for accidents. This potential shift intersects directly with broader US-China rivalry. Washington would likely welcome stronger Manila-Taipei coordination as part of regional deterrence. Beijing would interpret it as alignment against its strategic core. ASEAN states? They would watch carefully, some quietly anxious, others recalibrating their own hedging strategies. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Small moves in sensitive theaters often trigger disproportionate reactions. The Philippines may believe it is strengthening its security buffer, but it is also increasing its exposure. Economically, diplomatically, militarily, China remains one of its largest trading partners. The region is already stretched thin by great power competition. The margin for error is shrinking. So the question isn't whether Manila has the right to coordinate with whom it chooses. It does. The real question is this: is the Philippines prepared for the strategic gravity that comes with stepping into the Taiwan equation? Because once the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea begin to merge in operational terms, there's no clean separation anymore. No tidy diplomatic firewall, just a tighter, more dangerous strategic knot in one of the world's most contested regions. If you pull up a map and really look at it, not just glance, the Luzon Strait almost jumps out at you. It's not wide, not dramatic like some massive ocean basin, but it connects the South China Sea to the Western Pacific. And that connection is everything. This narrow waterway functions like a valve in the Indo-Pacific system. Commercial ships move through it. Naval vessels move through it. Submarines slip beneath it. Energy shipments pass quietly in the night. Roughly 1/3 of global maritime trade flows through the broader South China Sea region, valued somewhere between $3 to $5 trillion annually. That's not abstract economics. That's supply chains, oil tankers, food imports, semiconductor shipments, the invisible arteries of modern life. Whoever influences this corridor influences movement. And in geopolitics, movement is power. In peacetime, it's a shipping route. In a crisis, it becomes a choke point. Militaries understand this instinctively. Control the strait, or at least monitor it closely, and you gain leverage over both the South China Sea and access to the open Pacific. That's not a theory. That's geography doing what geography has always done, shaping strategy whether states like it or not. Now zoom in further. The northernmost islands of the Philippines, especially Batanes, sit roughly 120 to 200 kilometers from Taiwan. That distance is so small, it almost feels uncomfortable when you think about it in military terms. In a Taiwan contingency, that gap is not a buffer. It's a bridge. I sometimes feel people underestimate how physical this reality is. We talk about regional stability in abstract language, but the map is brutally clear. If tensions escalate across the Taiwan Strait, Philippine territory could suddenly matter in ways that go far beyond diplomacy. Logistics hubs, surveillance points, air and naval staging areas, even humanitarian evacuation corridors. Geography does not wait for political neutrality. And this isn't speculation pulled from thin air. The expansion of U.S. access to Philippine bases under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement has already highlighted this shift. Several of the newly accessible sites are in northern Luzon. That decision was not random. It reflects a recognition that the Luzon Strait sits at the intersection of two security theaters, the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. When defense planners look at northern Luzon, they don't just see provincial towns and coastlines. They see range arcs, air corridors, sea lanes, early warning possibilities. That's why potential military coordination between Manila and Taipei feels so consequential. It doesn't just add another diplomatic layer, it activates geography. And geography, unlike politics, doesn't compromise. There are disputes in Asia that are complicated. And then there is Taiwan. For Beijing, Taiwan is not just another territorial disagreement. It is tied to history, legitimacy, national identity, the unfinished chapter of civil war and reunification. When Chinese officials talk about it, the tone changes. It becomes sharper, less flexible, almost existential.
中国海军舰艇编队在公海的有关行动。
The The government of the People's Republic of China considers Taiwan a core sovereignty issue and a non-negotiable national interest. Under what Beijing calls the One China principle, Taiwan is viewed as part of China's territory, and any form of foreign military engagement with Taipei is framed as interference in internal affairs. This is not rhetorical window dressing. It is a red line that has been repeated across administrations and decades. Chinese leadership has often used a stark warning when addressing foreign involvement in Taiwan-related matters. Those who play with fire will perish by it. It's dramatic, it's blunt, and it's designed to leave no ambiguity about the stakes as Beijing sees them. From Beijing's perspective, military coordination between the Philippines and Taiwan would not be interpreted as routine security dialogue. It would be read through a sovereignty lens. And once something is categorized as a sovereignty issue in Chinese strategic thinking, the tolerance threshold narrows dramatically. If we look at past behavior, China has shown a willingness to respond economically and diplomatically when it believes the One China policy is being challenged. Take Lithuania. After Vilnius allowed Taiwan to open a representative office using the name Taiwan rather than Taipei, Beijing responded with trade restrictions and diplomatic downgrades. The message was clear. Symbolic gestures can carry material consequences. Or consider South Korea during the deployment of the U.S. THAAD missile defense system. Beijing opposed the system, arguing it threatened Chinese security interests. What followed was a period of informal economic retaliation, restrictions on tourism, pressure on Korean businesses operating in China, and broader commercial strain. These cases are different from Taiwan itself, but they reveal a pattern. When Beijing perceives encroachment on core interests, it does not limit its response to diplomatic statements. It uses leverage. That's why any visible military alignment between Manila and Taipei would almost certainly trigger a strong reaction. Not necessarily immediate escalation, but pressure. Economic signals. Political messaging. Possibly maritime assertiveness. For China, Taiwan is not one issue among many. It is the issue that reshapes all the others. If you sit in Manila and look west, you see Chinese vessels. If you look north, you see Taiwan. And if you look east, you see the United States. That's not just geography, that's pressure. The Philippines has been facing increasing maritime friction in the South China Sea for years now. Chinese Coast Guard ships have operated within 50 nautical miles of Philippine-claimed features. There have been water cannon incidents, dangerous maneuvers, even ramming episodes that felt less like accidents and more like signaling. At some point, repeated gray zone actions stop feeling gray. They start feeling deliberate. From Manila's perspective, this isn't about provoking anyone. It's about preventing further erosion of its position. Philippine defense officials have framed enhanced security cooperation, whether with the United States or potentially others, as necessary to strengthen maritime domain awareness and regional stability. That language matters. It signals deterrence, not aggression. And honestly, deterrence logic is simple. If pressure increases, you reinforce. You build partnerships. You complicate an adversary's calculations. Small states have always done this. History is full of it. At the core of Manila's security architecture sits the 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty with the United States. It's old, Cold War era, but still very alive. American officials have repeatedly clarified that an armed attack on Philippine armed forces, public vessels, or aircraft in the South China Sea would trigger Mutual Defense Treaty obligations. That reassurance is not symbolic. It's operational. In recent years, the Philippines and the U.S. have conducted over 500 joint military activities, exercises, patrols, training rotations. That's not a casual partnership. That's integration. The expansion of base access under EDCA in northern Luzon adds another layer. It quietly connects South China Sea contingencies with Taiwan-related scenarios, whether anyone openly says it or not. So when Manila explores deeper coordination near the Luzon Strait, it's not operating in isolation. It's acting within an alliance framework that has been tightening, not loosening. Here's where it gets complicated. The Philippines formally adheres to the One China policy. Officially, it recognizes Beijing, not Taipei. That position hasn't changed. But exploratory military coordination with Taiwan, even limited or contingency-based, introduces dual signaling. To Washington, it reassures Manila is aligned, proactive, prepared. To Beijing, it risks looking like quiet alignment with a containment strategy. That's the tightrope. Manila likely believes it can maintain balance, deter without provoking, prepare without escalating. But ambiguity cuts both ways. It creates flexibility, yes. It also creates suspicion. And in an environment already thick with mistrust, even subtle shifts can feel seismic. For the Philippines, this isn't about choosing sides in theory. It's about surviving in a neighborhood where the stakes keep rising and where doing nothing carries its own risks. The danger isn't always in the big dramatic moves. Sometimes it's in the ripple effects. If Manila deepens coordination with Taiwan, Beijing may not respond in the Taiwan Strait first. It could respond where it already has leverage, the South China Sea. That means intensified maritime pressure around contested features like Second Thomas Shoal, more Coast Guard patrols, more aggressive shadowing, possibly tighter blockades of resupply missions. We've already seen water cannons and near collisions. It doesn't take much imagination to see how that pattern could escalate. The logic would be simple: signal costs without crossing into open conflict. China wouldn't need to declare retaliation. Increased presence alone would shift the operational environment. The Philippines would feel it immediately. Every resupply run would become heavier. Every maneuver is riskier. And with more vessels operating in tight proximity, the chance of miscalculation rises. History shows that escalation rarely starts with missiles. It starts with friction. Now imagine a cross-strait crisis. Even if Manila insists it is not a party to the dispute, geography complicates neutrality. Northern Luzon sits close enough to Taiwan that its airfields and ports become strategically relevant whether the Philippines intends it or not. If U.S. forces utilize facilities under existing agreements, those sites could be perceived as forward operating platforms in a U.S.-China confrontation. That's where the concept of entrapment enters the conversation. Security scholars often warn that middle powers located near flashpoints face entrapment risks when aligning too closely with great power strategies. The fear is not abandonment. It is being pulled into a conflict whose timing and intensity are determined elsewhere. The Philippines could wake up one day to find that its territory, though sovereign, has become a critical node in someone else's war plan. And that's a sobering thought. Within the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, caution is practically doctrine. ASEAN has historically avoided formal positioning on Taiwan's sovereignty. The emphasis has always been dialogue, non-interference, and maintaining regional stability. That approach may frustrate external powers, but it has helped preserve a delicate balance in a diverse region. The Philippines, as an ASEAN member, has traditionally operated within that framework. Even when tensions in the South China Sea flare, Manila's language often returns to multilateralism and legal process. Overt military cooperation with Taiwan could complicate that posture. Other Southeast Asian states might worry that Manila is stepping beyond ASEAN informal consensus on avoiding entanglement in cross-strait politics. The risk isn't formal expulsion or open criticism. It's quieter than that. Subtle diplomatic distance, reduced cohesion, a perception that the Philippines is aligning more clearly with bloc politics rather than maintaining regional neutrality. And in Southeast Asia, perception shapes diplomacy more than public statements ever admit. There are two ways to read Manila's potential shift. The first interpretation is strategic prudence. Geographic proximity makes preparedness unavoidable. Ignoring the Taiwan dimension would be strategically naive. Limited coordination enhances deterrence and reduces the risk of miscalculation. It signals resolve against coercive pressure in the South China Sea and communicates that Manila will not be strategically isolated. From this perspective, doing nothing would be the greater risk. The second interpretation is strategic overreach. It provokes China unnecessarily. It increases economic exposure. It risks transforming the Philippines into a frontline state in a superpower confrontation that it cannot control. From this angle, restraint is strength. Both interpretations contain truth. That's what makes the debate so intense. Manila now faces difficult questions that cannot be answered with slogans. Can it maintain formal adherence to the One China policy while expanding practical military coordination in ways that Beijing will inevitably scrutinize? Does enhanced deterrence genuinely outweigh the risks of economic retaliation or maritime escalation? Is the Philippines reinforcing its sovereignty or inadvertently increasing its strategic vulnerability by tying its security posture more closely to a great power rivalry? These are not abstract policy seminar questions. They are choices with material consequences. The Philippines' movement toward military cooperation with Taiwan represents a consequential recalibration of foreign policy. It emerges from real security pressures in the South China Sea. It reflects alliance dynamics that have been strengthening for years. And it is rooted in geography that cannot be changed. Yet it also intersects directly with China's most sensitive red line. The outcome will not depend solely on intent. It will depend on calibration, how carefully Manila balances sovereignty, alliance commitments, economic exposure, and regional diplomacy. The margin for miscalculation is thin. The region is already tense. In one of the world's most combustible geopolitical theaters, even incremental shifts can carry strategic weight far beyond their immediate appearance. And that is why this moment matters.
Developments continue at Pag-asa Island as the Philippines boosts its facilities to support military presence.
The runway is complete. That was the quiet line coming out of Manila this week. Almost understated, almost routine. And yet, if you've been watching the South China Sea even casually, you know this is not routine. Not even close. Here's the real question. Can a strip of concrete change the balance of power in one of the world's most contested waters? It sounds dramatic, but in the South China Sea, drama doesn't always come with explosions. Sometimes it comes with asphalt. The Philippines has just finished upgrading the runway on Pag-asa Island, known internationally as Thitu, and at first glance, it feels like just another infrastructure story. Pour concrete. Extend landing capacity. Improve logistics. Standard stuff. Except this isn't a sleepy provincial airport. This is a remote outpost in the Spratly chain, sitting in waters that handle roughly a quarter to a third of global maritime trade. Trillions of dollars worth of commerce moving through narrow sea lanes every year. 1/3 of global shipping passes through these waters. Oil, gas, semiconductors, food, everything. So when a country strengthens its ability to operate there, even quietly, it matters. And that's why this move is so smart. Because here's the thing people miss. In the South China Sea, runways act like political anchors. You build one, maintain one, upgrade one, and you're not just landing aircraft. You're landing sovereignty. Every touchdown says, we are here. We are staying. Pag-asa isn't some empty reef. It's the largest Philippine-occupied feature in the Spratlys. It has a small civilian population. There's a modest port, a school, a town hall, fishermen, families, real people living on a wind-beaten island that most of the world couldn't find on a map.
West Philippine Sea. So sino pa ba ang pinaka may K?
I've always thought that detail changes the story. This isn't abstract geopolitics. It's a reality. The upgraded runway now allows faster logistics, more reliable resupply, and better maritime domain awareness. Aircraft can land more safely, more frequently. In a crisis, response times shrink. Surveillance improves. Presence becomes sustainable rather than symbolic. And here's what makes it even more significant. It does all of this without firing a single shot. That's the brilliance of it. Instead of loud escalation, Manila chose quiet reinforcement. Instead of dramatic standoffs, it strengthened the fundamentals. It's incremental. It's deliberate. And honestly, it feels mature. Strategic patience rather than chest thumping. The legal backdrop matters too. In 2016, the Arbitral Tribunal in The Hague ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines, rejecting sweeping maritime claims that had dominated the region. That decision didn't magically change facts on the water, but it did change the legal narrative. What we're seeing now is Manila slowly aligning physical reality with legal legitimacy. Concrete after ruling, presence after principle.
Pero consistently and confidently sinasagot ng Philippine Coast Guard at Armed Forces yung radio challenges na yun para sabihin na sa ilalim ng UN Convention on the Law of the Sea na signatory ang China at alinsunod dun sa 2016 Arbitral Award. Walang jurisdiction ng China dito.
And if you zoom out, from Pag-asa to Luzon, from Luzon to the broader Indo-Pacific, you see something bigger unfolding. The Philippines is not abandoning its outposts. It's not retreating into quiet diplomacy alone. It's investing in staying power. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. In contested waters, what you can sustain matters more than what you can claim. A runway may look boring on paper, but in the South China Sea, it's a statement. A runway means aircraft. Aircraft mean patrols. Patrols mean visibility. Visibility means deterrence. All from a strip of concrete. So yes, this is infrastructure news. But it's also a signal. A low-flash, high-impact move that shifts operational facts without theatrics. And in a region where tensions can spike overnight, that kind of steady strengthening might be the most consequential strategy of all. The island is small, the runway is finite, but the message? That's runway length long. What actually changed on Pag-asa isn't cosmetic, it's structural. By June 2025, reporting out of Manila confirmed that the runway upgrade had been completed. The project reinforced and improved the existing airstrip, allowing it to handle heavier aircraft more consistently and safely. In practical terms, that means larger fixed-wing transports and maritime patrol platforms can now operate from the island with far fewer constraints. It's not just about length on paper. It's about load-bearing capacity, surface reliability, and operational margins. Before the upgrade, flights were often limited by weight, weather, and runway conditions. Now, aircraft in the C-130 class, the kind used for serious airlift missions, can land and take off with greater payload capacity. That changes the logistics equation immediately. More supplies per sortie, more construction materials, more fuel, more equipment, fewer trips to achieve the same outcome. On a remote island hundreds of kilometers from the Philippine mainland, that efficiency is not a luxury. It's survival. And then there's reliability. Anyone who's followed outpost operations knows how fragile supply lines can be. A single weather disruption can delay rotations, resupply, even medical evacuations. A strengthened runway reduces those vulnerabilities. It widens the operating window. Fewer cancellations. Faster turnaround times. If there's a medical emergency, evacuation isn't dependent on perfect conditions. That matters for morale just as much as strategy. When personnel know they won't be stranded by a cracked surface or weight restriction, presence becomes sustainable. The intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance angle is just as important, maybe more. A more capable runway supports maritime patrol aircraft and lighter surveillance platforms with greater persistence. That means longer patrol cycles over surrounding waters, improved domain awareness, and better documentation of activities in contested areas. In a region where gray zone tactics dominate, the side that sees more usually shapes the narrative. And shaping the narrative often shapes diplomacy. What I find especially interesting is the dual-use effect. This isn't purely military. A stronger runway improves civilian supply chains, strengthens medevac capacity for residents, and reinforces the visible administrative presence of Manila. Governance is not abstract out here. Its flights bring teachers, engineers, and health workers. It's municipal continuity. Every routine civilian arrival quietly reinforces the Philippines' administrative claim over the feature. That's the subtle genius of the upgrade. It enhances hard power logistics and soft power legitimacy at the same time. No dramatic unveiling. No military parade, just reinforced concrete doing heavy geopolitical lifting. Here's the part people underestimate. In maritime strategy, presence beats rhetoric every time. You can issue statements. You can file protests. You can win arbitration cases, and the Philippines did in 2016 under the ruling in The Hague. But none of that physically moves supplies, rotates personnel, or keeps aircraft in the sky. Concrete does. An airstrip changes the tempo of operations. Without it, visits are episodic. A ship arrives. A patrol flies in when conditions allow. Then everyone leaves, and the outpost returns to isolation. With a reinforced runway, that rhythm shifts. Rotations become predictable. Aircraft cycles tighten. Supplies flow more steadily. What was once a symbolic presence becomes sustained posture. And in the South China Sea, endurance is power. There's also geography, which doesn't get enough attention in public conversations. Pag-asa sits within a broader corridor linking Luzon to the wider South China Sea. That corridor matters. It connects the Philippine mainland to its western maritime approaches. It overlaps with sea lanes through which roughly a quarter to a third of global maritime trade moves every year. Energy shipments, containerized goods, the invisible arteries of the global economy. If you can monitor and operate reliably in that space, you are not just defending a reef. You are influencing access to one of the busiest maritime theaters on Earth. In peacetime, that translates to maritime policing, fisheries enforcement, and domain awareness. In crisis scenarios, it becomes something else entirely: logistics throughput, casualty evacuation routes, rapid reinforcement pathways. The difference between scrambling and responding often comes down to infrastructure that was built years earlier, when tensions were quieter. Now, deterrence. It's important to be precise here. A runway upgrade does not suddenly convert Pag-asa into an offensive strike hub. It doesn't automatically introduce long-range missile capability or transform the island into a launch platform. That leap is often exaggerated in commentary. What it does do is raise the cost of coercive harassment. If resupply becomes easier, pressure tactics lose leverage. If evacuation windows widen, intimidation loses its bite. If patrol aircraft can operate more consistently, gray zone maneuvers are more likely to be documented and publicized. The friction shifts. Deterrence isn't always about threatening to strike. Sometimes it's about signaling that you cannot be easily worn down. And that's what this runway really represents: durability. In contested waters, the side that can stay calmly, routinely, without drama, often shapes the long-term equilibrium. Concrete may look mundane, but strategically, it's a statement of staying power. If you want proof that airfields change the strategic equation, you don't have to speculate. Just look at what's already happened across the Spratlys. Start with China's artificial island bases at Fiery Cross Reef, Subi Reef, and Mischief Reef. Beijing didn't just build small landing strips. It constructed roughly 3,000-meter runways, long enough to handle heavy transports, fighter aircraft, and surveillance platforms, along with hardened shelters, radar systems, and logistics facilities. The result? Sustainment capacity multiplied. Aircraft persistence increased. Patrol cycles expanded. What used to require long-distance deployments from the mainland could now be staged forward. The lesson was unmistakable. Once an airfield exists, the range of what is operationally possible expands almost overnight. You don't need constant combat operations for that infrastructure to matter. Its mere availability reshapes calculations. Now zoom back to the Philippines side. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, between Manila and Washington has steadily expanded site access, including key locations in northern Luzon. That geography matters because it links the Luzon Strait to the broader South China Sea theater. Allied planners are clearly prioritizing infrastructure resiliency and dispersal. Hardened nodes, pre-positioned logistics, faster mobility corridors. Pag-asa's runway upgrade fits into that same architectural logic. It's not isolated. It's part of a pattern, reinforce the connective tissue between outposts, mainland bases, and allied access points. Make the network harder to disrupt. Increase redundancy. Shorten response timelines. Infrastructure first. Capability follows. And then there's the operational reality that makes all this less abstract. Think about the repeated resupply missions to Second Thomas Shoal, especially the tense Coast Guard encounters reported over the past year. Philippine vessels attempting to deliver supplies to the grounded BRP Sierra Madre have faced water cannons, blocking maneuvers, and close-range shadowing. Every mission becomes a test of endurance and resolve. Now imagine that same scenario with tighter air logistics, faster ISR flights overhead, quicker medical evacuation options if someone is injured, more consistent transport rotations reducing pressure on single maritime supply runs. It doesn't eliminate friction, but it changes the resilience of the system supporting those sailors. That's the connective thread across all these examples. China's large runways demonstrated how airfields can transform a reef into a forward operating hub. EDCA expansions show that infrastructure is being prioritized for broader contingency planning. And the recurring Second Thomas Shoal incidents highlight why proximity and reliability matter in the real world, not just in white papers. Airfields don't just extend range, they extend staying power. And in the South China Sea, staying power is the currency that shapes the future. All right, this is where the story sharpens. The tone shifts from infrastructure to consequences. Let's build this properly. Concrete and asphalt often speak louder than diplomacy. That line works because it's true. In contested waters, infrastructure is policy. From Beijing's side, the messaging pattern has been consistent. Chinese foreign ministry and defense officials regularly warn that outside military activity in disputed waters or near Taiwan risks destabilization and escalation. The framing is predictable. External interference increases tension. Sovereignty claims are indisputable. Stability requires restraint from others. On the Philippine side, the framing is deliberately calmer. Officials have described the POG as an upgrade as improving civilian resilience, disaster response capability, and logistical sustainability. The language centers on safety, governance, and continuity. Not projection, not aggression, just endurance. Two narratives. Same runway. Let's be honest. Infrastructure doesn't exist in a vacuum. One pathway is gray zone pressure. We've seen this before around Second Thomas Shoal. Water cannons, shadowing, close maneuvering by Coast Guard vessels. If PAG-ASA becomes more operationally reliable, we could see increased maritime presence nearby. More patrol density. More friction during resupply runs. Pressure designed to test resolve without crossing into outright conflict. Then there's economic and diplomatic leverage. Beijing has previously used trade and regulatory tools when states adopt policies it views as adverse. Lithuania's Taiwan office decision triggered trade pressure. South Korea's deployment of THAAD brought economic retaliation. Those cases aren't identical, but they're reminders that strategic friction doesn't stay confined to the military domain. The Philippines isn't Lithuania. It isn't South Korea either. But economic interdependence always sits quietly in the background of security decisions. And then there's the entrapment question. If Allied aircraft, particularly under the framework of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, begin using PAG-ASA more frequently, Manila could face sharper pressure to clarify its alignment in a regional contingency. Infrastructure can deepen integration. Integration can narrow ambiguity. The counter-argument is strong, though. First, the runway is dual use. Civilian governance, medevac, disaster response, all legitimate functions. Second, the 2016 ruling under the Permanent Court of Arbitration provides legal grounding for Manila's maritime entitlements. The Philippines is not constructing on newly reclaimed features, it is reinforcing an already occupied and inhabited one. Legally, that matters. There are two ways to interpret what just happened. One, this is responsible deterrence. A mid-sized maritime state strengthening resilience, protecting its civilians, and ensuring it cannot be quietly squeezed out of its lawful space. No missiles, no theatrics, just staying power. Two, this is part of a slow militarization spiral. Each runway invites countermeasures. Each upgrade hardens positions. Each hardened position narrows diplomatic flexibility. Both interpretations can coexist. That's what makes this moment so interesting. So here's the real question, and it's not rhetorical. Is infrastructure the new front line? Because if it is, the South China Sea isn't being reshaped by warships alone. It's being reshaped by engineers. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion. The Philippines is preparing to launch its most advanced satellite ever built. Known as the Multispectral Unit for Land Assessment, the 130-kilogram satellite is scheduled for launch aboard a SpaceX mission in 2027 and will support agriculture, disaster response, maritime monitoring, and national security operations. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has already approved plans to expand the program into a larger Philippine-owned satellite constellation. On the surface, this appears to be a story about technological development. In reality, it is a story about sovereignty. For decades, the Philippines has relied heavily on foreign partners and commercial platforms for maritime surveillance and situational awareness in the South China Sea. But as competition with China intensifies, Manila is increasingly reaching a strategic conclusion shared by many middle powers across the Indo-Pacific. A nation that cannot independently observe its own territory cannot fully defend it. The future balance of power in the South China Sea may not be determined solely by warships, fighter aircraft, or coast guards. It may increasingly be determined by who controls the information that flows from space. If there is one lesson that Robert Kaplan has emphasized throughout his work, it is that geography remains the foundation of power. And few countries occupy a more consequential geography than the Philippines. Situated at the intersection of the South China Sea, the Philippine Sea, the Luzon Strait, the Bashi Channel, and the maritime approaches to Taiwan, the Philippines sits astride some of the world's most strategically important waterways. Nearly one-third of global maritime trade passes through the South China Sea, while multiple naval and commercial choke points converge near Philippine territory. This geography has transformed the Philippines from a peripheral Southeast Asian state into one of the central strategic battlegrounds of the 21st century. The importance of this position can be seen in the continuing competition over Scarborough Shoal and the Spratly Islands. Located well within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, Scarborough Shoal remains under effective Chinese control and has become a symbol of the broader struggle over sovereignty, maritime rights, and regional order in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, confrontations between Philippine and Chinese vessels continue to highlight the strategic importance of these contested waters. Throughout history, geography has often determined the fate of nations. But in today's Indo-Pacific, geography alone no longer guarantees security. A nation must not only occupy strategic geography, it must also be able to see it. Throughout history, great powers depended on maps. Today, they depend on satellites. The nature of geopolitical competition has changed profoundly in the 21st century. Military power is no longer determined solely by the size of a navy or the range of a missile. Increasingly, it depends on something less visible but equally important: the ability to observe, track, analyze, and respond to events in real time. Modern maritime competition is fundamentally an information contest. Surveillance satellites, maritime tracking systems, radar networks, drones, artificial intelligence, and real-time intelligence sharing have become essential tools of state power. The side that detects an adversary first understands its intentions faster and distributes that information more effectively gains a significant strategic advantage. This reality has become especially important for the Philippines. For many years, Manila has relied heavily on foreign-provided maritime surveillance systems, including commercial satellite imagery, partner intelligence networks, and platforms such as Sea Vision and other maritime domain awareness tools supported by allies and partners. These systems have significantly enhanced Philippine awareness of activities in the South China Sea, but they also expose an uncomfortable geopolitical reality. A nation that depends entirely on others for information can never possess complete operational independence. This is why information sovereignty is increasingly becoming a prerequisite for strategic sovereignty. For the Philippines, the challenge is no longer simply defending its maritime territory. It is acquiring the ability to independently observe, monitor, and understand what is happening within it. And that is precisely why Manila has decided to build its own eyes in orbit. The Philippines' MULA satellite is not a large satellite by international standards. Weighing approximately 130 kilograms, MULA is scheduled for launch aboard SpaceX's Transporter-20 mission in 2027 and represents the most advanced satellite ever developed under the Philippine space program. Once operational, it will support maritime monitoring, national security, disaster response, agricultural assessment, and Earth observation missions. Yet the importance of MULA lies not in its size or technological sophistication. It lies in its strategic logic. For decades, the Philippines has relied heavily on foreign governments, commercial providers, and partner intelligence networks to monitor its maritime domain. MULA represents Manila's first serious attempt to establish an independent and nationally controlled source of strategic information. Every image captured by a Philippine-owned satellite reduces dependence on foreign intelligence systems. Every independently generated dataset strengthens the country's ability to monitor its territorial waters, track vessel movements, and respond to emerging threats without waiting for external assistance. The satellite's capabilities are significant. According to Philippine Space Agency plans, MULA will be capable of observing up to 73,000 square kilometers within a 24-hour period and collecting data across the country's land, air, and maritime domains. More importantly, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has approved the development of a larger MULA satellite constellation, allowing future satellites to be manufactured and integrated domestically. This reveals that MULA is not simply a satellite project. It is the foundation of a long-term strategy to build sovereign Philippine space capabilities, establish an indigenous space industry, and create a nationally owned Earth observation network capable of supporting the country's strategic requirements for decades to come. And nowhere is independent information more valuable than in the contested waters of the South China Sea. The future struggle for maritime power in the Indo-Pacific may occur long before warships ever exchange fire. Increasingly, it begins with who sees first. The recent confrontation at Scarborough Shoal illustrates this new reality. In June 2026, Philippine authorities released satellite imagery showing the appearance of a mysterious floating structure inside the disputed shoal, complete with personnel and communications equipment. Philippine officials warned that the platform could represent another incremental effort to alter facts on the ground, drawing comparisons to the early stages of China's development of artificial islands such as Mischief Reef. What is striking about this incident is not merely the structure itself. It is how it was discovered. Satellite imagery, maritime surveillance networks, and persistent monitoring systems allowed Manila to identify, publicize, and diplomatically challenge developments at Scarborough Shoal before they could fundamentally alter the strategic situation. In previous decades, such activities might have remained undetected until physical control had already been established. This reflects a broader transformation in maritime competition. Today, whoever first detects ships, aircraft, drones, maritime militia vessels, floating platforms, or Coast Guard deployments gains a decisive operational advantage. Maritime domain awareness has become the first layer of deterrence, before states can deploy ships, impose costs, or defend sovereignty. They must first possess the ability to observe events unfolding in real time. The South China Sea is therefore evolving into a contest not merely of fleets, but of sensors, surveillance networks, and information systems. And in that new strategic environment, satellites are no longer simply scientific instruments. They are instruments of sovereignty. Throughout history, great powers have sought to master the dominant information technologies of their era. Britain relied on superior maps and naval charts. The United States relied on satellite reconnaissance throughout the Cold War. Today, strategic competition increasingly depends on integrated surveillance networks operating across land, sea, air, and space. The Philippines is beginning to embrace this reality. Beyond the MULA satellite, Manila is pursuing sovereign space capabilities through satellite constellations, maritime sensors, radar networks, autonomous systems, and AI-enabled surveillance technologies. The objective is not to become a major space power. It is to ensure that the Philippines can independently observe and defend its own strategic environment. Manila increasingly understands a fundamental geopolitical truth. National sovereignty begins with independent situational awareness. But the Philippines is not alone. The Philippines is not the only country discovering that strategic competition increasingly depends on information dominance. Across the Indo-Pacific, middle powers such as Japan, Australia, India, and South Korea are investing heavily in satellite constellations, surveillance systems, autonomous sensors, and integrated intelligence networks. Commercial satellites, military satellites, and dual-use technologies are becoming essential components of national security strategies. This reflects a larger geopolitical transformation. The new arms race in Asia is occurring not only in the seas below, but also in the space above. The countries that control information, surveillance, and situational awareness will increasingly shape the future balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. And this transformation is fundamentally changing the nature of deterrence itself. Realist thinkers have long understood that great powers dislike uncertainty, but they also understand how to exploit it. Much of China's strategy in the South China Sea relies on ambiguity, gradual escalation, and gray zone operations. Whether through maritime militia vessels, Coast Guard deployments, floating structures at Scarborough Shoal, or incremental changes to disputed features, Beijing often seeks to alter strategic realities without crossing the threshold of open conflict. This is where information becomes a form of deterrence. Better surveillance does not necessarily allow the Philippines to defeat China militarily, but it does allow Manila to detect activities earlier, attribute responsibility more quickly, expose developments internationally, and respond before strategic facts become irreversible. The objective, therefore, is not simply military superiority. It is early warning, attribution, exposure, and ultimately deterrence. And this reveals the larger geopolitical significance of a satellite weighing only 130 kilograms. Historians often assume that military power begins with armies and navies. Increasingly, it begins with satellites. The MULA program reflects 5 major transformations taking place across the Indo-Pacific: the militarization of information, the rise of sovereign surveillance, the emergence of middle power space competition, the evolution of deterrence, and the transformation of the South China Sea into an information battlefield. The satellite itself is small, but the geopolitical reality it represents is enormous. Because in the 21st century, sovereignty is no longer determined solely by who controls the sea. It is increasingly determined by who sees it first.
It appears that the new maritime assets that the Chinese are deploying in Bajo de Masinloc and in other parts of Calayan Island Group are pretty much using the cover of marine scientific.
At first glance, the removal of a floating structure near Scarborough Shoal may seem like a minor maritime incident. No shots were fired, no ships were sunk, no territory visibly changed hands. Yet the event quickly drew attention across the region. Why? Because in the South China Sea, small actions often reveal much larger strategic realities. For more than a decade, China has expanded its presence across disputed waters through Coast Guard patrols, maritime militia operations, infrastructure construction, and persistent pressure on rival claimants. The Philippines has increasingly pushed back, relying not only on its own maritime forces, but also on growing support from the United States and other regional partners. Against that backdrop, reports that a Chinese-linked floating structure had been removed from the vicinity of Scarborough Shoal raised an important question. Did China back down? Or was Beijing simply adjusting its tactics while pursuing the same long-term objectives? The answer matters because Scarborough Shoal is about far more than reefs or fishing grounds. It is part of a broader contest over power, influence, and control in the South China Sea. And understanding that contest requires looking beyond the headlines to the strategic forces driving all sides of this dispute. The latest issue in the South China Sea started when Philippine authorities detected a floating structure near Scarborough Shoal, one of the region's most contested maritime features. According to Manila, the structure appeared within waters that the Philippines considers part of its exclusive economic zone. Its presence immediately raised concerns. The issue was not simply the structure itself, but what it might represent. Over the past decade, seemingly minor activities in the South China Sea have often evolved into more permanent forms of control. As a result, even temporary installations are viewed through a broader strategic lens. Philippine authorities protested and closely monitored the situation.
This is the photo of the movable floating platform that we are currently monitoring in Bajo de Masinloc. It has a deck area of approximately 30 square meters. Roughly, the dimensions are 5 meter to 6 to 7 meter in length.
While analysts debated whether the structure was a routine maritime activity, a political signal, or part of a broader effort to strengthen China's presence around Scarborough Shoal, the United States also paid close attention. Although Washington did not view the incident as a military crisis, it fit into a wider pattern of maritime tensions that have increasingly shaped U.S. policy in the region. Then came the unexpected development. The structure was removed. Its disappearance immediately sparked a new debate. Some observers saw it as evidence that diplomatic pressure from the Philippines, backed by U.S. support and international scrutiny, had produced results. Others argued that such conclusions were premature, China announced no change in policy, nor did it signal any reduction in its claims or activities in the area. The removal of the structure did not resolve the dispute. It merely shifted the debate from what China was doing to why it chose to stop doing it. And before answering that question, we first need to understand why Scarborough Shoal remains one of the most strategically important flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific. To understand why the appearance and eventual removal of a floating structure generated so much attention, one must first understand Scarborough Shoal itself. At first glance, Scarborough appears insignificant. It has no cities, no population, and little obvious value on a map. Yet strategic competition is rarely determined by size. More often, it is determined by location. And Scarborough Shoal occupies one of the most important locations in the South China Sea. The shoal lies roughly 200 kilometers from the Philippine island of Luzon, placing it well within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. At the same time, it sits near critical sea lanes linking Northeast Asia to the wider Indo-Pacific. For the Philippines, Scarborough supports fishing communities and forms part of the country's maritime frontier. For China, its significance is far greater. Beijing's interests in the South China Sea extend well beyond fisheries. The region is a vital strategic corridor through which a large share of global trade passes. Control over key maritime features enhances surveillance, extends operational reach, and strengthens a state's ability to shape activity across surrounding waters. This is why Scarborough cannot be viewed in isolation. For Chinese strategists, it is not simply a reef, but another position within a broader network of influence stretching across the South China Sea. For the Philippines, it is also a reminder of 2012, when China established effective control over the shoal without firing a single shot. That history explains why even a temporary structure can trigger alarm. To understand why the recent floating structure generated concern in Manila, we need to go back to 2012. That year, a confrontation erupted after Philippine authorities attempted to detain Chinese fishing vessels operating near Scarborough Shoal. At first, the incident appeared routine. Maritime disputes are common in the South China Sea, and similar confrontations had occurred before. China quickly dispatched maritime surveillance vessels, preventing Philippine authorities from carrying out their enforcement actions. What began as a dispute over fishing boats soon evolved into a prolonged standoff between two governments. Following diplomatic efforts involving the United States, reports emerged that both sides would withdraw and de-escalate the crisis. The Philippines withdrew. China did not. Chinese vessels remained and gradually established a continuous presence around the shoal. Over time, Filipino fishermen faced increasing restrictions in waters they had traditionally used for generations. What made the episode remarkable was not how much force China used, but how little. No missiles were launched. No naval battle occurred. No territory was formally annexed. Yet, the strategic reality changed. China achieved what military theorists call a fait accompli, a situation in which control is established incrementally until it becomes the new normal. The lesson extended far beyond Scarborough Shoal. For many observers across Southeast Asia, the episode demonstrated a broader Chinese approach to maritime disputes, using Coast Guard vessels, maritime patrols, administrative measures, and persistent presence to alter facts at sea. This is why every new activity around Scarborough attracts attention today. The concern is not necessarily the activity itself. It is whether it represents the first step in a process that has been seen before. Scarborough Shoal was not an isolated case. To understand why developments there generate such strong reactions, it is necessary to examine the broader pattern of Chinese behavior across the South China Sea over the past 2 decades. One of the defining features of China's strategy has been its gradual nature. Rather than relying on military conquest, Beijing has often pursued a slower approach designed to strengthen its position while avoiding a major regional confrontation. The pattern has appeared repeatedly. First comes presence. fishing vessels, maritime militia ships, Coast Guard patrols, or research activities around a disputed feature. Then comes persistence, a continuous presence that reinforces China's claims and complicates access for rival claimants. Over time comes administration, as Chinese authorities increasingly act as if they possess jurisdiction over the area. And in some cases comes consolidation. Mischief Reef offers one of the clearest examples. What was once a little-known feature eventually became a heavily developed artificial island with an airstrip, port facilities, radar systems, and military infrastructure. Similar developments occurred at Fiery Cross Reef and Subi Reef. From Beijing's perspective, these projects strengthen China's ability to protect vital maritime interests. For neighboring states, they represent a gradual shift in the regional balance of power. This is what makes Scarborough Shoal so sensitive. Many Filipino analysts do not see merely a disputed shoal. They see the possibility of another step in a familiar sequence. Whether that concern is justified remains open to debate. But the historical record explains why even minor developments attract close scrutiny. Because the most significant changes in the South China Sea have rarely occurred overnight. They have emerged through a series of incremental actions that gradually reshape the strategic landscape. And that brings us to the next question. How did Filipinos react when another potential chapter in this story appeared to be unfolding at Scarborough Shoal? The appearance of the floating structure near Scarborough Shoal immediately raised concerns across the Philippines. But the reaction was not driven by the structure alone. It was driven by memory. For many Filipinos, Scarborough Shoal is more than a disputed maritime feature. It is a symbol of what many view as one of the most significant strategic setbacks in modern Philippine history. The events of 2012 remain deeply embedded in the national consciousness. China established effective control over the shoal despite its proximity to the Philippine coast and its location within what Manila considers its exclusive economic zone. As a result, any new Chinese activity in the area is often viewed through the lens of that experience. Among fishing communities, the concerns were practical. Scarborough has long been an important fishing ground, and restrictions on access have affected livelihoods, incomes, and local economies. Within the Philippine security establishment, the focus was different. Military planners and maritime analysts viewed the structure not as an immediate threat, but as a possible indicator of future intentions. The concern was that it might represent the beginning of a process that had already unfolded elsewhere in the South China Sea. Public sentiment reflected these anxieties. Over the past decade, distrust of China has grown among many Filipinos, while support for closer security cooperation with the United States and other partners has generally increased. From the Philippine perspective, the lesson of Scarborough Shoal is clear. Strategic realities in the South China Sea can change gradually, and by the time those changes become obvious, they may already be difficult to reverse. From Washington's perspective, Scarborough Shoal has never been simply about a reef, or even the Philippines itself. It is part of a much larger question. Who will shape the balance of power in the Western Pacific? For decades after the Cold War, the United States enjoyed unrivaled naval dominance across Asia's maritime corridors. But China's rise has increasingly challenged that reality. As Beijing expanded its presence across the South China Sea, American policymakers became less concerned with individual incidents and more concerned with their cumulative effect.
Provide the following: name of vessel, intention, last and next port of call on Channel 16.
A Coast Guard patrol, a new structure, a maritime standoff, or an artificial island may appear insignificant on its own. Together, however, they can gradually reshape the strategic environment. This helps explain why the United States has deepened security cooperation with the Philippines in recent years. Joint military exercises have expanded, access to Philippine bases has increased, and Washington has repeatedly reaffirmed its alliance commitments to Manila. Against that backdrop, the floating structure attracted attention not because of what it was, but because of what it might signal. Would it become another step in China's effort to strengthen its position in the South China Sea? Or would resistance from the Philippines, backed by American support, impose meaningful limits on Beijing's actions? When the structure was eventually removed, some saw it as evidence that coordinated pressure had worked. But for Washington, the larger lesson was that competition in the South China Sea is increasingly becoming a test of endurance, credibility, and political will. As news of the floating structure spread, reactions extended far beyond China and the Philippines. What appeared to be a local maritime dispute was increasingly viewed through the broader lens of Indo-Pacific security. Across Southeast Asia, governments watched closely. Many ASEAN states have their own maritime disputes with China and saw the incident as part of a larger question. If China can steadily strengthen its position around one disputed feature, what might that mean for others in the future? Japan and Australia viewed the issue through a similar strategic lens. Both have become increasingly concerned about shifts in the regional balance of power and have strengthened security cooperation with the Philippines. For them, incidents such as Scarborough are not simply bilateral disputes, but tests of the rules and norms that underpin regional stability. Even Europe has become more attentive. As a significant share of global trade passes through Indo-Pacific sea lanes, instability in the South China Sea carries economic consequences far beyond Asia. The incident also revived attention on the 2016 arbitral ruling, which rejected many of China's expansive claims in the South China Sea. While Beijing continues to reject the ruling, much of the international community still regards it as an important legal reference point. Yet it would be a mistake to conclude that China was isolated. Many countries remain deeply tied to Beijing economically and prefer to avoid choosing sides. The more accurate assessment is that China faced growing scrutiny rather than overwhelming pressure. And that brings us to the central question of this story: did China remove the structure because of that pressure, or were other calculations at work? At first glance, the removal of the floating structure appeared to be a victory for the Philippines. The sequence seemed straightforward. The structure appeared, Manila protested, international attention followed, the United States voiced support, and then the structure disappeared. For many observers, the conclusion was obvious: China had backed down. But geopolitics is rarely that simple. Great powers do not usually abandon long-term strategic objectives because of a single diplomatic protest or a few weeks of negative headlines. They tend to think in terms of decades rather than days. The key question, therefore, is not whether pressure existed. Clearly, it did. The more important question is whether that pressure changed China's cost-benefit calculation. One possibility is that Beijing concluded the structure was generating more political attention than strategic value. Another is that it had already served its purpose, whether gathering information, testing reactions, or signaling Chinese presence. A third possibility is that China simply chose to avoid creating another flashpoint at a time of broader strategic challenges. None of these explanations require China to abandon its claims. And that is the critical point. The removal of the structure does not mean China has changed its position on Scarborough Shoal. Chinese vessels continue to operate in the area, and Beijing's broader objective of expanding its influence in the South China Sea remains unchanged. If anything, the episode suggests something more subtle. China may be willing to adjust tactics when costs rise, but not necessarily alter its long-term strategy. If the removal of the floating structure does not signal a Chinese retreat, what comes next? The most likely answer is neither war nor peace, but a prolonged period of strategic competition. The fundamental interests of both sides remain unchanged. China continues to view the South China Sea as vital to its security, maritime access, economic interests, and broader ambition to become the dominant power in East Asia. The Philippines, meanwhile, sees the same waters as essential to its sovereignty, economy, and national security. Because these interests are unlikely to disappear, future tensions will most likely emerge through what analysts call gray zone competition. Activities that fall below the threshold of war but still seek to alter the strategic environment. The Philippines should therefore expect continued Coast Guard encounters, maritime patrols, fishing disputes, and competing claims of jurisdiction. Information campaigns, legal disputes, and diplomatic pressure are also likely to intensify, while China's growing maritime capabilities will give Beijing more tools to sustain its presence across contested waters. For Manila, the challenge is not responding to a single incident. It is managing a long-term competition that could last for decades. The most important lesson from Scarborough Shoal is that strategic contests are rarely decided by dramatic events. More often, they are shaped by persistence, by who remains present, maintains alliances, and sustains political will over time. The South China Sea is unlikely to witness a decisive victory for either side in the near future. Instead, it will remain a steady contest over influence, access, and control. And that raises the final question: what is the most sustainable path forward for the Philippines? The central challenge facing the Philippines is not simply how to respond to China, it is how to protect its interests while living beside a much larger and more powerful neighbor. History shows that small and middle powers rarely succeed by matching great powers ship for ship or dollar for dollar. Instead, they succeed through resilience, diplomacy, partnerships, and strategic patience. For Manila, the first priority is strengthening maritime awareness. A country cannot defend what it cannot see. Investments in surveillance systems, Coast Guard capabilities, maritime patrol aircraft, drones, and intelligence sharing networks are likely to prove more valuable than dramatic displays of force. The second priority is maintaining strong partnerships. The Philippines does not need to contain China, but it must avoid isolation. Closer cooperation with the United States, Japan, Australia, and other partners helps raise the costs of coercion and strengthens deterrence. At the same time, realism requires acknowledging a basic fact: China is not going anywhere. It will remain a major economic partner, a powerful neighbor, and a central actor in regional affairs for decades to come. That means diplomacy cannot be abandoned. Communication channels must remain open, even during periods of tension. The objective should be neither confrontation nor accommodation, but stability. Most importantly, Manila must recognize that the South China Sea dispute is a long-term strategic competition. Success will depend less on dramatic victories and more on national capacity, economic strength, political unity, and consistent policy. In the end, the lesson of Scarborough Shoal is simple. The future of the South China Sea will be shaped by persistence rather than headlines. For the Philippines, the most sustainable path forward lies between resistance and realism. It's early morning, October 12, 2025. A Philippine fisheries vessel, the BRP Datu Pagbuaya, is doing something that should be completely routine. It's moving supplies toward Pag-asa Island. Filipino fishermen are waiting. The crew knows the route. They've done it before. Then a Chinese Coast Guard ship appears. Not for the first time. It closes in. It fires a water cannon. And then it rams the Philippine vessel, less than 2 nautical miles from Pag-asa Island, well inside Philippine territorial waters. This wasn't an accident. This was a simple message: you can claim this island all you want. But if we control the water around it, we control the island. Today, we are talking about the most consequential strategic problem the Philippines faces in the West Philippine Sea. Not missiles, not fighter jets, not naval tonnage, logistics. And why, if Manila doesn't solve it, Beijing might win this dispute without ever firing a single shot.
Within the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone, approximately 103 nautical miles west.
Let's start with the numbers. Pag-asa Island, also known as Thitu Island, sits nearly 480 kilometers from Palawan. Across open ocean that China's Coast Guard, maritime militia, and naval vessels patrol every single day. 389 Filipinos live on Pag-asa. They have a school, a health center, a police station, a handful of small shops, and a single runway, currently 1.3 kilometers long, that until very recently could not even accommodate a C-130 transport aircraft. Supplies arrive once or twice a month by sea. Every resupply mission is a strategic event. Every delay is a window China is capable of exploiting. Now here's what makes this situation uniquely dangerous. While the Philippines has been trying to simply get food and medicine to its own citizens, China has been building a military base 26 kilometers away. Subi Reef. Construction started in 2013. Today, a fully operational Chinese naval and air base, confirmed by Philippine Navy Rear Admiral Roy Vincent Trinidad in August 2024. Runway, radar domes, hangar facilities, deep water port, missile systems. Outside the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, but sitting squarely inside the 12 nautical mile territorial sea of Pag-asa Island.
Does not mean the South China Sea is becoming any safer. Quite the opposite. As Southeast Asian claimants have realized that Beijing is unable to stop their activities in gray zone methods alone, they have brought themselves into more and more frequent interactions with the CCG and militia.
As CSIS analyst Gregory Poling has noted, China can see and hear and communicate across the entire South China Sea from these bases in a way no other power, including the United States, currently can. To keep 389 civilians alive and supplied. Beijing is operating a fully militarized forward base 26 kilometers away. That is the asymmetry in these contested waters. Here's a critical piece of strategic context that most coverage misses. What China is doing to Philippine resupply missions is not aggression for aggression's sake. It is a tested and deliberate playbook. Look at what happened at Mischief Reef. In 1995, Chinese vessels arrived. They built what they called temporary shelters for fishermen. Philippine officials raised concerns. China said, "Do not worry." Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro described it precisely at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2024. He said, "There were a few bamboo structures. China said these were temporary havens for fisherfolk. Now you have artificial military islands, heavily militarized." The pattern is always the same. Establish a presence. Deny its purpose. Make the environment around a rival's features so hostile that resupply becomes untenable. Wait. Then formalize control. Second Thomas Shoal is the most visible current example. China has been systematically blocking Philippine resupply missions to the BRP Sierra Madre, a deliberately grounded ship where a small contingent of Philippine Marines maintains Manila's claim. In June 2024, Chinese Coast Guard personnel boarded a Philippine rigid inflatable boat, assaulted AFP Marines, and one Filipino Marine lost his thumb when a Chinese vessel rammed his boat, during a resupply mission. A provisional de-escalation agreement was reached in July 2024. But incidents have continued. Analysts at Small Wars Journal have described the likely endgame for PAG-ASA in stark terms. China's maritime militia will surround the island, interfere with civilian watercraft, and constrain Philippine freedom of movement until residents are coerced into leaving without a single formal declaration of war. Now here is where the story gets interesting and hopeful than the headlines suggest. The Philippines is not standing still. Under President Marcos Jr., Manila has moved further and faster on West Philippine Sea infrastructure than at any point in the past 2 decades. Start with the runway. For years, PAG-ASA's 1.3 kilometers airstrip was too short for military cargo planes. C-130 aircraft, which carry the bulk of AFP logistics, literally could not land there. That has changed. In June 2025, the Armed Forces of the Philippines confirmed the runway extension at PAG-ASA is complete. The Philippines House of Representatives allocated 3.2 billion pesos for the airport expansion, with 1.65 billion pesos specifically for the runway development under the 2025 budget. A new hangar and control tower are also now operational. Add to that a new sheltered port, funded at 300 million pesos under the same 2025 appropriations. Ships can now dock with considerably greater protection from weather and from Chinese harassment.
Claims involving violence against women and children. These cases are being investigated by the Office on Ethical Standards.
The AFP spokesperson, Colonel Francel Margaret Padilla, called these investments what they actually are: a strategic investment in strengthening the Philippines' external defense posture. On the alliance side, the picture is equally significant. The United States announced in July 2025 the construction of a boat maintenance facility inside Naval Detachment Oyster Bay in Palawan, a key logistics hub that supports resupply missions into the West Philippine Sea. U.S. Task Force Ayungin, based in Palawan and established following the June 2024 crisis, provides intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance support to Philippine operations.
Unang-una, these are existing bases. Lahat ito existing na yan. Meron na tayong kampo diyan na dati pa.
Under EDCA, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, 9 Philippine military bases are now accessible to U.S. forces. Washington has committed an additional $144 million in fiscal year 2026 specifically for EDCA site infrastructure development. The Philippines also formally established a Philippine Navy Unmanned Surface Vessel Unit in 2024. These USVs, equipped with autonomous navigation, ISR payloads, and Starlink terminals, are already being deployed to monitor contested waters. The 2025 Joint Vision Statement with the U.S. identified unmanned systems and logistics as priority areas for cooperation. This is a real strategic shift. But is it enough? And is it happening fast enough? Here is where we get into the hard strategic medicine. Because runway upgrades and a maintenance hub in Palawan are necessary, but they are not sufficient. The gap between what exists today and what genuine deterrence requires is still significant. First, the airstrip upgrade must actually deliver operational capability, not just increased length. PAG-ASA's extended runway needs to become a regular logistics artery. C-130 flights need to operate on a predictable schedule, not as emergencies. More frequent aerial resupply means fewer high-risk sea missions. It means faster medical evacuation. It means, critically, that the island's residents and garrison are not dependent on sea lanes that China can contest. Second, Manila needs fast, hardened, escort-capable resupply corvettes. The current resupply fleet, BFAR fisheries vessels, civilian craft, is being rammed and water-cannoned by Chinese Coast Guard ships. This must change. Missile-armed escort vessels that raise the cost of Chinese interdiction are not aggression. They are deterrence. AFP Chief General Bronner has stated clearly, we will depend on ourselves first. That principle requires the hardware to back it up. Third, pre-position strategic stockpiles on Pag-asa. If supplies are resupplied only once or twice a month, every gap is a potential crisis. Desalination machines, fuel reserves, medical supplies, ammunition, these need to exist on the island in quantities that make a short-term blockade strategically irrelevant. The AFP has already discussed installing desalination capacity on the BRP Sierra Madre at 2nd Thomas Shoal for exactly this reason. The same logic applies to every Philippine-held feature. Fourth, secure underwater communications cables. Electronic warfare is already part of China's toolkit in the South China Sea. Command connectivity cannot depend on systems that can be jammed. Hardened undersea cable links between Palawan and Pag-asa would ensure that even under electronic pressure, Manila retains command and control of its most important outpost. Fifth, and this is the most politically complex, Manila needs to formalize and expand the role of Allied support in resupply operations.
Very successful po yung ginawa natin last RORE, or resupply mission, pero hindi na po natin babanggitin yung mga detalye. But it's enough to say that we will continue bringing supplies to our troops. We will continue rotating our troops in all the features that we are occupying in the West Philippine Sea.
In June 2024, AFP General Bronner confirmed that the U.S. had offered to escort Philippine supply missions. Manila declined, prioritizing operational autonomy. That instinct is understandable. But in a deteriorating security environment, the cost of declining Allied support needs to be weighed more carefully against the cost of Philippine vessels being rammed in their own territorial waters. Let me leave you with the biggest strategic picture, because it extends far beyond one island. Pag-asa is not a piece of real estate. It is a test case. If China can successfully isolate, strangle, and ultimately depopulate a Philippine-administered island, without firing a single declared shot, it will have demonstrated to every South China Sea claimant that gray zone logistics warfare works. Vietnam will notice. Malaysia will notice. Indonesia will notice. And the 2016 arbitral ruling, which struck down China's 9-dash line as having no basis in international law, will be rendered meaningless not by a legal argument, but by facts on the water.
You know, we are not here to bemoan whatever it is that China is doing, but really to again form that coalition. We are not against anyone. We are just for territory, the defense of our territory, the respect to the exercise of our sovereign right.
President Marcos Jr. observed in August 2025 that the Philippines cannot avoid involvement in a Taiwan crisis because of its geographic position. What he understands, What analysts are increasingly writing about is that Pag-asa and the Kalayaan Island Group are not peripheral to the Indo-Pacific balance of power. They sit at its center. Philippine Coast Guard Chief Admiral Ronnie Gilgavan said it after the October 2025 ramming incident. This only strengthens our resolve to not surrender a square inch of our territory to any foreign power. That resolve is not in question. What is in question is whether it is backed by the infrastructure, the logistics, and the strategic clarity to make it real. A feature that cannot be reliably resupplied is a feature that can be quietly strangled. Beijing knows this. Manila knows this. The clock is running. So here is the question I'll leave you with. Is the infrastructure investment happening fast enough? And is it comprehensive enough to change the cost-benefit calculation for China before the window closes on Pag-asa? Drop your answer in the comments. I want to know what you think the Philippines' most important next move is. Air power, sea power,